From the very first time I rest my eyes on you, my heart says follow through. But I know now that I'm way down on your line, and the wind is feeling fine. So don't treat me like a puppet on a string. You know I gotta do my thing. Don't talk to me as if you think I'm dumb. I wanna know when you're gonna come soon. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love, bitch. 'Cause if summer is here, then I am still waiting there. Winter is here and I'm still waiting there. Your love is queen. Crown you in my heart. Your love is queen. You're the ruler of my heart. Your riches ring round and round and round my head, touching the very part of me. It's making my soul sing. I'm crying out for more. Your love is queen. I'm coming up. I'm coming. You're making me dance inside. Like I said, it's been 3 years since I'm knocking on your door, and I still can knock some more. Ooh, girl, is it feasible? I wanna know now, for I to knock some more. You see, in this life I know there is lots of grief, but your love is my relief. Tears in my eyes burn, tears in my eyes burn, while I'm waiting for my turn. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. It's double time, double time. I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna wait in vain. Kiss me, love, I don't wanna wait in vain. Kiss me, love, I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. I don't want to wait in vain. I don't wanna wait. I don't want to wait.
It's Breezy 93.9 FM.
Champagne and caviar, but no one ever showed me the reverse. life for me. It's an illusion, just an illusion. Thought I knew what that life should be. It's an illusion, just an illusion.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9. Chris and Sabrina with The Link. The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
So tell me, honey, I know what to do. So please don't tell me that you don't want my love, 'cause there's no way, no how I walk away. Yes, baby, there's no sweet love other than thee. So do you don't tell me that you don't want my love. 'Cause there's no way, no how I walk away. Yes, baby, there's no sweet love that this. So do you want me? Sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you're looking for. Oh, baby, baby, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you need, yeah. See, I've been waiting around here waiting for you. Yeah, that's alright. I know you will see. So please don't tell me that you don't want my love. 'Cause there's no way, no how I walk away. Yes, baby, there's no sweet love than this. So do you want me? Yeah, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you're looking for. Oh, baby, baby, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you need. Oh, baby, baby, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you're looking for. Oh, baby, baby, sweet love, sweet love. I got all that you need. Oh, sweet, sweet love.
The link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Everyone's feeling pretty. It's hotter than July. Digging full of problems. They get in touch as if they tried. From the park, I hear rhythm. All is hot on the fire. Tonight there will be a party. And on the corner at the end of the block. Didn't know you. We'll be jumping until the break of time. But nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of time. We'll be jumping, come on. They want us to join the fighting, but our answer today is to let all our worries, like the breeze through our fingers slip away. Beaches come to Zimbabwe, then we'll ride off the one. Now's the time for celebration, 'cause we've only just begun. Didn't know you. We'll be jumping until the break of dawn. But nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. Nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. Nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. You'll be jumping and jumping and jumping and jump on.
uli di sombranza e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentanu iti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Politanota Kanzai matuno Nyagi toru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba isla Senpara Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba isla Senpara. Toru I tempo I paz, paraíta, zangini na bendition. Contra perigo na avança fuam Deus proteis l'amor Contra perigo na avança fuam Deus proteis l'amor
Oh,
하고 네 띄우는 날가 하고 푸만 유유만 나나 하고 모네가 있어 볼리나 라우 하고 푸면 나귀우 만 귀피다루 훈련하고 문화유 간수엘루 기사하고 나웃소다이아니무 fanong ginugaw sa guawang-gihaw Zaitanados Theatrasal Hago Nitiunan Hago Fuan Yumanana Hago Monekaisa Bolina Lau Hago Fumenagui Manguifitalu Unyanhagu Munayu Kainsuelu Kistahagu Nautsodayanemu Kosheshenti Isininteteku Fanong ginugaw sa guawang-gihaw Zaitanados Theatrasal Hago Monegaisa Bolina Lau Hago Fumenagui Manguifitalu Unyanhagu Munayu Kainsuelu Kistahagu Nautsodayanemu Kosheshenti Isininteteku Fanong ginugaw sa guawang-gihaw Zaitanados Theatrasal
Bree was like, "Come on, yeah, let's go. Come on, moving along. Chop, chop.
The record is
Sing it up, boy."
That wasn't 38 seconds, so the record was not broken, but that was pretty impressive.
It
Good
was,
job.
you know, baby steps, Jay. I'm getting back, I'm easing back into it. But still going on the feed.
See, again, you know, we've got the Facebook 15-second delay, and it's still like.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. Is that my phone?
Yeah, that's
of
your
course
phone.
it
You.
was.
Yeah.
Okay.
As if the three of us like waving like this
Yeah.
didn't signal it.
Good morning, rookie.
Ooh.
I got your rookie.
Whoa,
I know.
son.
Yep.
Man, 2021 made you tough, dude.
All of a sudden. Hey, it's 6:23, Tuesday, January 12th, 2021.
I have breaking news.
Okay.
There have been many cities that the Link fam is checking in from all over the country, all over the world for that matter. We have never had anyone from Portland. We do now. Hafaday to Portland, who is sending our love from Portland, Oregon, and they are saying hafaday to their family and home village back in Pago Bay. All right, Portland. We've never had Portland.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
We never even had Portland, Maine.
Thank you. Yeah, where are you guys at? If you're watching the Facebook Live feed, chime in on the comments. Let us know where you are here. Roberto Fracassini, Happy New Year, Mr. Fracassini. I haven't seen you since last year.
And have a good run, signore.
He writes, Buongiorno, Guam.
It's a good morning. Okay, while you guys look up everyone who's checking in, can I just say Joe Sir got that wonderful shot outside. There's probably going to be an amazing sunrise. But did you guys see the sunset last night?
Who didn't see the
Wow.
sunset last night?
Everybody on Facebook, like all my friends, like I was going through my timeline, everybody was posting. It was pink, it was orange, it was purple, it was unbelievable.
You know what's crazy to me? What I think about whenever I see the sunset or, you know, just amazing colors in nature. I always think about how man has tried to mimic these colors that God creates, but it's never the same. Like, you know, the parrotfish, right? Look at the parrotfish. Some turquoise, and then you get clothes that are kind of the same color, but it just doesn't hold up. Same thing with the sunset. I don't know what kind of orange that was, but it was like a pink orange. It can't be recreated by man.
Yeah, Adriana did the news last night, and as soon as she was done, like she was walking out of the studio, and she was like, "Oh man," she posted a couple snaps, and she was like, "Hey, check out this gorgeous sunset."
That was like end of the world sunset, right?
Whoa, don't go there.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, if there ever is going to be end of the world, that's what the sunset's going to look like. But it was
Check out this sunset at
Here
the
we go.
end of the
the
world.
world.
No,
that was out
no.
of tune. Sorry.
Any chance to reference Boys to Men, we'll take it
That
on the
was
show.
beautiful, and it was like it changed every second.
Yeah.
First, it was kind of like lighter, and then all of a sudden you saw that like fire. Did you see the sun? What kind of sunset you guys got in Jigo?
I wasn't in
Oh yeah,
Chico.
you were at the. She was at the gym.
You were taking Brock to jiu-jitsu, right?
Yes.
No, but I'm sure because at the Heights Academy they have those wonderful bay windows like at the gym. I'm sure you got, like-
Wonderful bay windows.
I'm sure you got a
I
good shot of
wasn't
it.
paying attention. My son was going up this against this teenager,
Oh,
so I was
darn.
like, "Oh."
How do you do?
Well, the kid was significantly bigger than my son, and he.
Well, Bree,
He was all
jiu-jitsu is designed for a smaller opponent to defeat a larger opponent. So
Yeah, but this kid was bigger and stronger. But it was good, it was good for him because you need that sort of practice.
right.
But the one of my the other parents was like, "Oh my goodness, I'm just watching you, and you're just like my wife." She's like, "Oh," freaking out.
You should have been like, "Hey, you bully! Ease up, you bully! He's half your size. Where's your mom, boy?"
No,
Okay.
they were teenagers.
Oh.
So.
Well, speaking of
and
competition,
he, my son takes the kids class, and he's so tall. Like maybe you should stay. And
your son's gonna be like my height
Mhm.
when he gets like, cause he's 11.
Yes,
12.
he's
Yeah,
11.
he's 11 years old, but I mean he is sprouted up like in the last like year.
I know. I called the school about face to face to see where my son was on the waiting list, and because I needed to know, because if he's like really close and there's a good possibility he might be able to go to face, I need to know because I have to get uniforms because he grew so much that the uniforms we got at the beginning of the school year, his pants, he's too
It's
tall.
weird, right? It's such a blur, but yeah, all my kids moved up sizes, and
Yeah.
I was just like, what
No,
happened? We
I
haven't
remember-
even been doing anything. You guys been growing, but
I
there's
remember
a
when
pandemic.
when your oldest boy really shot
really
up.
is
I mean,
tall.
when Lennon
Yeah,
really started
yeah.
like getting tall, I was
Yep.
like, Man, you was
now,
like
he,
a little
now he thinks he
kid.
could take me.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's the thing. They
Yeah.
think they can take
Yeah,
you
you
because
don't know.
they grew taller.
and you know what? I have experience because as someone
Wow,
who,
take you.
as someone who's very very lanky and went through multiple
You
growth
want
spurts.
some of this?
No, you know everybody always teases me, right? Like I wear high waters. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? High waters, like chat room.
Flood pants.
Yeah, we're basically like it's not even your ankles.
Let's
are showing.
just say you always know what kind of socks Jason Solis is wearing.
Yeah, and not in a stylish way, right? That will happen. I mean, I remember going to St. Anthony's wearing like a school uniform, and you know, like basically, I invented capris before capris were invented.
Yeah, you're like totally the odd man out because every other Chamorro guy in Guam, it's like we have short legs.
Yeah, I mean, my ankles were like butt naked to the
I mean,
world.
not
like,
even
when I
having
was-
some of the white blood could save me from that. I'm like 38, 28.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Anyway, yeah. You're done. You're done putting yourself down, or are you going
Yeah,
somewhere?
well, saving room for you. No. I'm just waiting for the floodgates to open with you. Well,
Good morning.
Yeah.
Until then, Link Fam continues to check in because Chris said send us where you're from. Liz Rivera, good morning from Fairfield, California. Happy
Wow.
day, Liz. Thank you so much. Barbara Lita says it's Monday over here in America's finest city, San Diego.
Wow. Darlene Abbott's writes, God bless, be with Guam. May you shield them from the evil ones against the freedom of America. Okay.
Julianne Cruz, she's asking, do you all have an update on the stimulus? We have been checking on this.
Yeah.
And just yesterday, Nestor did check in with Daphne Shimizu. And right now, I think she's still meeting with the U.S. Treasury to kind of iron things out.
Right.
I'm
Yep.
seeing some friends of mine on Facebook or on Instagram. They're saying they got their checks.
On Guam.
No, that's in the States.
Okay.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's
so
what I mean.
nobody
In
on Guam.
America.
Okay, Ken Guerrero, maybe the question of the morning. Chris and Bree, will you guys run for governor and lieutenant governor?
No. That's
DJ
an easy,
Joseph.
easy one to answer.
Yeah.
Burn Flores, good morning, team. Welcome back, Chris. Thank you. She also adds, good morning, familia and KUAM. Thanks for the sacrifices and dedication y'all have made for our island. Michael Owens Sr., God bless, from the Owens family in Richmond, Virginia, in America.
I got the City of Brotherly Love checking in. Mary Beth Torres says, greetings from Philadelphia, PA.
Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, sunsets on Guam are the best. I've always loved watching the sunset when we lived there, Jason Solis.
Yes.
Nestor Quintaniza writes, post-apocalypse sunset. I'm feeling those vibes.
And remember, Nestor, we had his daughter's song on yesterday, so Jada,
Right.
we had Casanova. Then.
Barbara Lita writes, Monday here in San Diego, half a day, Maneluhu, loved your sunset yesterday. Flo Villagomez writes, half a day. And Mary Beth Torres, greetings from the city of brotherly love, the home of the Phillies and the Eagles, Philadelphia.
Isn't that where
And the Flyers.
the
and,
what's the song?
and the 76ers.
No, End of the Road. What's the name of the group again?
Motown Philly.
Boys,
Yeah.
Boys to Men.
That's right, yeah.
Motown Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I should have known that.
Yeah, Motown Philly, boys to men. Philadelphia cream cheese.
Oh, Philadelphia cream cheese is good. Have you guys ever been to Philly?
I drove through there one time.
I've heard Philadelphia is an amazing city, and it's
Not when I went through there.
What part of
When I went through there, there was
did you
like
see
a
the bell?
car on fire. That's all I remember.
Well, I mean, there's that part too. But did you see the Liberty? Man, I swear, if I ever go to Philly, I just want to take a picture. Okay, here's
Okay.
again. Here's
Okay, everybody, hold on. Okay, Jay. Go.
Oh, sir, can I actually get
Show
you?
him, please.
I
Show
need you to
him, yeah.
like pretend you're me, as lanky as it, taking a selfie and everything, and I'll be like right next to the Rocky statue.
I was gonna say I figured you for a Rocky statue kind
Dun,
of guy.
dun, 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 dun. And there's me right. It's me and Sly.
Hey, Adrian, get over here.
Rock, you gotta eat lightning and crap thunder. Hey Mickey, this chicken's a pretty hard to catch, man. Greatest American movie. Okay, well, one of three.
Yeah,
Mary Beth, I hope you enjoyed that.
Yes.
yeah, that was just for you, Mary Beth.
Okay, we got Citizen Kane, we got Rocky, we got Jaws, and we've got
Did you take your meds this morning?
Wizard of Oz. Four
Did he-
best
did
American
he-
movies ever.
He's on fire this morning.
Okay,
And
yeah.
Godfather.
Let's just let you run with it, dude. What else you got?
How
How about where he drank the raw eggs
Oh yeah, have you ever tried that when you were training? Yeah, because
when I was training?
No, have you
Yeah, bro, I did. Yep. Mm-hmm.
you've tried drinking raw eggs? I've never drank raw eggs.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
My advice is mix it up. You know, like you'd scramble it, because
Yeah.
when you get that yolk in there, it's like ooh.
And remember what a lot of people do not remember they do. A lot of people neglect in the first Rocky movie. Rocky did not win.
Yeah.
Apollo Creed actually beat him, and that was kind of the
Set up for the second one.
yeah, that was the moral. It's like it was a moral victory.
What's the spin-off of that movie?
Creed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty good too.
That's all right.
Yeah,
It's a little
I-
weird because they're like totally different weight classes.
Mm-hmm.
Michael B. Jordan and Son of Drago.
That's crazy.
Dude's like huge, like 2+, and then Michael B. Jordan's probably like 170.
And then
or something.
remember, we've referenced Michael B. Jordan on this show before. Is this your king? Is this your king?
All
Sorry, I
right.
just had to break that one out.
We
I
got
was
to do
actually
something
watching that
with,
clip
with
the
like a
other day.
masterpiece theater where Jason reenacts scenes from big movies,
Yes, I think so too.
but in his voice. Like,
Yeah.
Is this your king?
Really?
Checking, is this
Is
your
my voice
king?
really? Man, I'm sorry. I can actually do. I can do a very good Marlon Brando.
Excuse me, is this your king? Because I just kicked his ass with your king.
Bree, do I really sound like that?
Bree, do I really sound like that?
you're the man, Jay. Come on.
Oh,
bro.
Link,
You know,
Link,
kinda-
man, do I
messing.
really
We're just
sound like that? Because I
messing
know
with
these
you.
two.
We're just messing with you.
No,
man.
it-
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Links up.
Boom.
Oh wait, wipes up.
No, yep. Car score's up though.
Oh yeah.
Went up 0.2 in 2 days. 6:34. Okay, you guys ready to get to work now?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Okay, this is the part before we punch in. You know, we're all just sitting around the time clock waiting for it to go to 6:30 so we can clock in. Well, here we are. It's the link brought to you by. Okay, go. Okay,
Okay,
sorry.
so-
Wait, back up. Don't punch in yet.
Sorry, real quick. Well, but you know, we brought the sunset and the sunshine apparently by us just being, you know, who we are. To Mary Beth Torres, she goes, "Thank you guys so much. I love the shout out. She's in Philadelphia. I'm missing Guam. Hope to be back soon." Well, when it is safe to do so, Mary Beth, you know, once you're from Guam, you're always from Guam. So you'll always have a place in the island community. So we hope to see you when it's safe to do so.
Come home. Come
Yep.
home, Mary.
Right
Beth.
on.
671. Always calling.
671. It's all brought to you by Cabo Enterprises and ITNE. It's the link on the breeze. January 12th, Tuesday episode. Coming up on the show this morning, we'll check in with our friend Mark Scott to find out what the Guam Guard has been up to. Also, Jess Garcia, DPW deputy. How ready are they for the upcoming restarting? Well, it's anticipated they're going to restart the face-to-face instruction. And how are they doing with the busing and all that? And then our friend Andy Wheeler has got a great segment here called Here's to Your Health, Bree.
Yes, this is with the American Medical Clinic. When Chris was on vacation, we launched that new series on the show. He did so great that we just couldn't let him go.
There
And
you go.
he's actually joining today again by Dr. Kelly Neal. They've got a lot of really good chemistry. And Andy, you know, as journalists, you're not supposed to editorialize or inject yourself into the story, but he's actually using his own experience, you know, with his health concerns
Right.
and going through the process of, you know, he now is on Medicare. And,
Right.
and you know, and it makes for some really, really good learning, and he and Dr. Kelly Neal are getting really well along together.
Well, that's happening around 7:30, and then Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio slated to come on the show. We also have the Guam Police Department Sergeant Paul Tapau, and there's a meeting this morning up at Gain with the mayors. There's something about the stray dogs. This is a project that they were trying to get up and running, I think, since before the pandemic. Bree, as there's the last number I think I heard was something like 60,000 stray dogs on Guam.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and so they're
60,000?
trying to, and you talk to any village mayor, and they've got their issues with the strays. And so, of
You
course,
said, wait, 60, right? 60,000? Not one
that
six?
might even be a low estimate.
And that's a conservative. Wow.
That's just what I heard at a
60,000?
mayor's council meeting.
Jeez.
Yeah,
So-
it's a lot.
yeah.
Actually, I mean, in GO, there's a lot of stray dogs.
What
Bree's
is the-
probably
what
got
is-
like 10 stray dogs on her road, right?
Yeah,
And
no,
not
you're-
just dogs. There's cats.
Yeah.
I see them.
Oh,
all the
stray
time.
animals. I'm
You're,
sorry.
I mean, you're a dog guy. What is the average number of a litter like when pregnant dogs give birth?
It's multiple.
Yeah, but I mean,
It
yeah,
could be
so-
3, 4, 5, 6.
Gosh,
something, yeah.
man.
So yeah, they're mean about that. Obviously, trying to tackle that issue in a humane way is really the direction they're trying to go in, and that's why I think they're folding Gain into the conversation. So
Where are you going to put 60,000 stray animals?
no idea, Bree.
Yeah.
And then we've also got another great segment here from the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Yeah, protect Guam.
They are talking with the KOLs, the key opinion leaders on our island, and there are many, people that are very, very active on social media who have a positive message, and they want to inspire. They want to use their own talents and their own passion to make Guam the best it can be, and especially in this time, they want to make sure that each of us is taking care of our island. And like we say it all the time on this show, Guam is your mother. You don't disrespect your mother. And so we're getting really good perspectives from our friends at GBB.
Guam is your mama.
Are you making your mama jokes about
No,
Guam?
I'm just saying. We've actually never said Guam is your mother on this show before.
I've said that
we
multiple
will.
times.
We will now.
No, it's Guam is mother
Of
to
course.
us all. You do not disrespect your mother.
Amen. Sister Angela Perez, she's the Academy class.
I'm gonna
of
go back to
79.
just making fun of myself because I was like, man, you're like your mama jokes about Guam.
Bree, Sister Angie. Coming
Right,
on.
we have been interviewing a lot of different principals from various schools as everyone prepares for the return of face-to-face. The governor in her executive order said January 18th, which is a holiday, face-to-face instruction can resume. So that's kind of been the target deadline for the 19th for a lot of our island's public and private schools. So one by one, we're trying to reach out to everybody that we can that and agree to come on the show. So Academy, Sister Angela Perez will be on. So if you have a student or a child that goes there, make sure to tune in.
Right, and then tomorrow we'll get Education Superintendent John Fernandez. Also, I reached out to Father Duenas, Principal Timo, to get him on here this morning. We'll also hear tomorrow. We kind of do education on Wednesdays. The Island Board of Governing Students will come on and catch us up on what they've been doing and what they're working on as we get ready for what looks like a return to face-to-face instruction. At 6:40 on this Tuesday morning, let's do the news now. With the very latest from the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Manzanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Hafide, everybody. Vaccination clinics resume at Ukadu High School today and tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Public Health will issue tickets for vaccinations to the first 500 individuals per day under Phase 1C. These are those individuals who are 60 years and older who will be receiving their first dose of the vaccine. Public Health reminds these individuals to be present in their vehicles to receive the tickets. Walk-ins will not be accepted. The shots are on a first-come, first-served basis. Please bring a photo ID. Meanwhile, also today, GRMC will resume its COVID vaccination clinic only for Group 1A or healthcare workers and others who are due for their second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. Again, this is for those due for the second dose. Go to GRMC between 1 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. This, again, is also on a first-come, first-served basis. Additionally, we mentioned this yesterday, but Public Health officially announces that vaccinations will be given at the Southern Region Community Health Center in Inarajan Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week. The first dose of the Moderna vaccine will be given to Category 1C. This is individuals, again, 60 years and older. The clinic officially opens at 8:30 in the morning. Again, that's Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Public Health will issue tickets for vaccinations to the first 250 individuals at the clinic site per day. Also this week, free COVID testing will be held Thursday, January 14th at the Jotnya Gym. 250 tests will be offered on a first-come, first-served basis. This is from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Only 4 people per vehicle are allowed. No symptoms are needed to qualify for testing. Bring an ID. The free community testing is just for testing. No vaccinations are being offered there. The free community testing at the Jotnya Gym is Thursday, 9 a.m. to 12 noon. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports 11 out of 706 samples from various labs tested positive for COVID. Of the new cases, 8 were identified through contact tracing. 4 were reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine, bringing Guam's current COVID case count since last March to 7,423, 135 active cases, a little over 7,100 recoveries, and 124 deaths. 9 people are currently hospitalized, 4 receiving ICU level of care, and all 4 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score has gone up slightly to 1.5. Another firefighter with the Guam Fire Department has tested positive for the coronavirus, according to GFD. The firefighter is assigned to the Inarajan Fire Station, but was temporarily reassigned to the Stumbo fire station. The individual started to feel ill at work Friday and was immediately secured from duty and is currently in isolation until testing is completed on personnel at both stations, specifically 5 from Inarajan and 4 from Estumbo. Cohort quarantining is in effect. Emergency operations will continue with adjustments made in scheduling for the firefighters assigned. GFD adds that a thorough decontamination of both stations was conducted. To date, a total of 13 GFD personnel tested positive for the coronavirus since March. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Afternoon, good morning everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Packed bags and passports in hand, about 50 passengers boarded a China Airlines flight to Taiwan as the Taiwan Economic and Cultural Office held a send-off ceremony for medical patients and stranded Taiwan citizens. Here's more.
With the coronavirus pandemic making travel virtually impossible for the better part of 2020, many seeking off-island medical treatment were left with no choice but to wait it out. In efforts to assist those who've been unable to travel for medical treatment due to the pandemic, the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office has partnered with China Airlines in coordination with the government of Guam to take part in a joint humanitarian and medical mission, which would charter a flight of about 50 passengers to Taiwan by way of China Airlines.
We know all too well that medical emergencies don't stop during global pandemics. And this charter flight is helping our people get the care they need, get the care they deserve.
As KUAM recently reported, Guam's first bariatric surgery carried out by Dr. Christian Eusebio was a process years in the making. Medical passenger Leticia Leon Guerrero planned to seek out the procedure since last year, but due to travel restrictions was unable to get the medical care she needed. To Leticia, this trip was more than just an opportunity to receive the necessary treatment, but an answered prayer.
I will be going back for bariatric surgery. It's very much needed for me to be healthier, and I can't wait to begin that journey. It's a beautiful word. I mean, so many words are beautiful, and humanitarian is one of them, but the action of seeing it taking place right now, helping those who need medical care and then getting people back home because of everything that's happened in the pandemic. And I'm overwhelmed and really, really thankful and grateful, and I'll always remember I'm very blessed.
The charter flight didn't only cater to those seeking medical assistance. As layoffs and furloughs swept through many of the island's businesses, several Taiwan citizens who come to the island for work opportunities were left stranded without a job or family. TECO Director General Paul Chen says this charter flight is only the first of many.
When direct flight between Taiwan and Guam was expanded last year, there were about 100 Taiwanese citizens stranded in Guam and Saipan, while some returned to Taiwan on their own. Dozens of people remained unable to leave. They will also return to Taiwan on today's flight. Taiwan can help. Taiwan is helping. We believe this first charter flight will not be the last. This is the only beginning.
Guam International Airport Authority Executive Manager John Kanata says he anticipates more patients will be making their way to Taiwan.
Instead of just going to Philippines for medical treatment or medical procedures and stuff, Taiwan has really stepped up. This is the first China airline flights that's coming and going back to Taiwan. So this is perfect for folks that have been waiting to get medical procedures done or surgeries or any treatment that they're the first ones to go on this flight, so they can continue on, hopefully get them healthy and to come back to Guam. There's going to be the next flight that's going to be coming very soon. And this hopefully will continue, possibly if not once a week, at least once a month.
More federal assistance is on the way for small businesses who were hit hard by the pandemic. The Paycheck Protection Program will reopen tomorrow with another $284 billion available for employee retention and certain other business expenses. Ken Lujan, branch manager of the SBA office in Guam.
It does provide some sort of aid again back to the community that it was desperately needed. The business community were yelling and screaming and asking for additional relief, and that's where Congress got together and they provided this relief act that would allow for more opportunities for businesses to start getting to.
The Paycheck Protection Program provides businesses with money to keep employees on the payroll. The new round expands eligibility to even media companies, for example, and existing borrowers are also eligible for a second draw. Lujan hopes more hotels, restaurants, and bars take advantage.
So we're looking at targeting those particular industries because those are the singular industries that have been adversely affected by the pandemic.
The PPP will run through March 31st, while the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program was extended through December 31st. Lujan says more than 2,800 businesses in Guam received nearly $85 million in the first round of the EIDL. SBA Administrator Jovi Carranza in a news release said a number of changes were made to adapt to the needs of small business owners.
Legislation just came out over the weekend. A lot of the guidelines are still flowing through, so we're going to have to kind of sort through these guidelines and try to see, kind of make heads or tails as to which, what will be beneficial to the island, what will be beneficial to small businesses out there.
The new guidance is also posted on the SBA website. Again, online applications go live January 12th. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
From Superior Court, jury selection has been completed and trial will begin Friday morning in murder defendant Joshua Palacios' trial. Palacios is on trial for the July 2020 fatal shooting of Keith Castro that occurred at a Jigo home. Castro was allegedly beaten with a metal baton by Tomas Taitano, then fatally shot by Palacios. Taitano pled guilty and entered a cooperation agreement with the government. He is expected to testify in Palacios' trial. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, trial is set to take place in either the Supreme Court or the San Ramon building across the street from the Superior Courthouse. Meanwhile, in District Court today, the sentencing hearing continues for former Jotnia Mayor Jesse Blas. Confidential informant Brenda Kinian is scheduled to continue her testimony with cross-examination from defense attorney Joseph Rosano. Last week, Kinian detailed public and police officials' corruption and involvement with drugs on Guam. In September 2019, Blas was taken into custody for permitting drug trafficking through village mailboxes in exchange for profit. He pled guilty to one count of extortion and faces a maximum jail term of 20 years. A dog was beaten unconscious by a man in Hagåtña Friday and is in critical condition. In a press release from GAIN, the Guam Police Department was contacted. The incident occurred late that afternoon along the beachfront across from the U.S. District Court. The witness pleaded with the man to stop. However, the man allegedly said he owned the dog. He then allegedly carried the dog back with him to the homeless encampment. After the witness saw two men dump the dog in an abandoned car, the witness rescued the 30-pound dog and brought it to a clinic. The dog has since been named Tyson. GPD is searching for the attacker, who witnesses describe as a man in his late 30s or early 40s and is of medium build. Anyone with information is urged to call Guam Crime Stoppers 477-4357 or guam.crimestoppersweb.com. Democrats insisting on holding President Trump accountable for last week's assault on the U.S. Capitol are moving ahead with plans to remove President Trump from office. But how they plan to do that with just 9 days left in President Trump's term is still being worked out. Natalie Brand reports.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia rise?
I object.
House Republicans blocked a unanimous consent resolution urging Vice President Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment and remove President Trump from office. The full House will vote on the resolution tomorrow.
I like the 25th Amendment because it gets rid of him. He's out of office.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says if the vice president does not respond within 24 hours, Democrats will move forward with articles of impeachment accusing the president of inciting an insurrection. But with the inauguration 9 days away, House Democrats may delay sending the articles to the Senate for a trial.
Let's give President-elect Biden the 100 days he needs to get his agenda off and running, and maybe we'll send the articles sometimes after that.
Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is asking the federal government for additional funding for more security ahead of the inauguration, citing new threats of violence and domestic terrorism.
people coming to demonstrate peacefully are very different than the people we saw storm the Capitol the other day. And I think that it will be shown that those people were organized, trained people who went into that building.
Larry Brock of Texas and Eric Munchel of Tennessee were both arrested this weekend. Both are accused of bringing plastic restraints with them, which can be used as handcuffs. As Capitol Police mourn two of their own, this officer, identified by CNN as Eugene Goodman, is being praised as a hero for drawing rioters away from an open door to the Senate chambers, giving law enforcement time to evacuate the senators and Vice President Mike Pence. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Back here at home, Minority Leader Senator James Moylan has introduced legislation that would prohibit the funding of deputy directors in the executive branch. According to Bill 17, if a director is off island or unable to perform their duties, protocols must be established to identify an acting director. If Bill 17 is enacted into law, it would go into effect October 2021. The Guam Department of Education will be participating in a virtual information briefing today. Superintendent John Fernandez will be providing updates on the return of face-to-face learning, vaccination of educators and support staff, distance learning, status of unaccounted students and home visitation, as well as interscholastic sports planning and special education. The virtual hearing on the legislature's website is scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's your news. Stay with us here on The Link for more after the break.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. We are KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam. Coming up, Jess Garcia, DPW. How are they on the busing? Remember when they were talking about possibly reopening face-to-face last year, and we had talked to Jess Garcia about how they were going to be able to do this, transport students in the bus while still social distancing, and it was pretty crazy, right? Because they had to be 6 feet apart, and so it ended up there would only be about a third of the students that would normally be on the bus. So we're going to catch up with him and find out where they are in their preparations for the return of face-to-face instruction. Morning.
Good morning.
All
yes.
Right. Let's head in the Zoom room where Mark Scott of the Guam Guard is standing by. I know we got a bunch of pics. It's always good to catch up with Mark and find out what the Guard is doing. Mark, so I know that I saw a bunch of you guys at the vaccination clinic. Is that kind of the big thing that the Guard is working on now?
Hey, good morning, Chris. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. It's good to see you again, and Happy New Year.
Thank you.
I'm sure Andy is enjoying this from the YouTube link when he wakes up in a few hours now that you're back. So,
right.
Thank you. So yeah, to answer your question, Chris, yes, that's one of the things that we've taken on in addition to our other duties, which continue under the Joint Task Force and as a part of the Guam Guard. We are at the vaccination sites in the capacity of doing like traffic flow and crowd management. We're also helping some people in process. We're looking at pretty soon also helping with the vaccinations themselves with our medics, which will be coming soon. So yes, in addition to the quarantine facilities and the isolation and all those things that our medics who are at the hospitals, both of them, we're in addition now we're also taking on help with these vaccination sites.
And where are we with I might have missed it when I was out, but vaccination of the Guard?
So we just came out of a drill weekend this past weekend where we had the first of our part-timers, drillers, go in and get their vaccinations, and we did about 100. And this is with, again, our full-time force. It was federally sourced, right? So it came through an independent supply chain intended for the Guard. So we've gotten started. It's a phased approach, similar to what you see out in the community with priorities, and we're underway. So yes, we've gotten our vaccines. We're starting to get them, and we encourage, of course, the people to go and get theirs too.
Independent supply chain intended for the Guard. What does that mean? Like the Department of Defense sets them aside for you guys? What?
That's right. Okay. In other words, Bree, it's not the pool that would have gone to the community, right? There's the allocation that came straight directly for the Guard itself. So that's what we're using to vaccinate our population.
So where do you guys get your vaccination? Does it go to the Guard, or do you go up to Naval Hospital?
No. So there's some acronyms involved there with the supply chain. I have to get back to you on those acronyms, Bree, but it comes directly to the Guard itself. We don't get it from Naval Hospital or from anyone else.
Mm.
Okay. So like at Barragata Readiness Center, you guys go there and get your shots?
That's right. So like I said, we had this drill weekend. As a part of this drill weekend, we also had our medical and dental readiness event, a part of which was the vaccine. So soldiers and airmen come through, they get their health checkup, their blood taken, and readings for their vitals, make sure we're healthy. And then one station is the vaccine itself. It's underway.
So was it Moderna or Pfizer?
Moderna phase 1.
Moderna
Got
phase
one.
Okay. And how many vaccines did you guys get?
About 100 for now as a starting point.
Okay, so you guys got 100 and you used all 100 this past weekend?
Yes.
Okay. When do you get in your next shipment?
The shipment, I don't know offhand yet, but for those of us who took it yesterday, Bree, our window to take the next round is going to be February 7th. Mm-hmm. That's the 28-day recommended period for the second shot.
So are you part of the vaccination?
I got it yesterday. I was on the list. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it didn't even feel like a thing. If I wasn't watching it, I wouldn't have known that the needle even went in. It's very painless, very minimal side effects, just a little soreness in the arm, but no big deal. And again, of course, Bree, the message is that the more people get this vaccine, the more it helps us all out, not just the community, but here in the Guard too, with our frontliners being exposed to some more risk. The more we can get to that herd immunity of about 75%, the better it is for us all.
So what's the confidence level with the guard member? Are they all like, let's do this, let's get the shot?
Mostly yes. So there are some questions out there, right? And we have had our town halls and educational discussions about what the vaccine is and what it is not. And I think that that's helped kind of guide people toward the science and the truth of it all, in spite of some of the misinformation that's out there. So the confidence has been high. There's no one that was scheduled for the shot yesterday that declined it. We all took it. And we all believe it's, like I said, in our best interest as people who have been fighting this thing for going on 10 months now. We've invested a lot of our time. Our families have been away from us. And we look at it like the sprint to the finish, to finish strong with what we've been doing for so long, to finally get this thing over with and get on with our lives.
Well, that was powerful.
Yeah. It looks like we got our soundbite. All right, bring your A game, Mark.
Wow.
What's up with the access to the guard facility, and are you guys still under, like social distancing and safety protocols and all that?
Of course, we're going to stay that way until we're sure that we're out of this tunnel that we're in. Absolutely. No, there's no restrictions to people coming in, getting their gas and shopping at the shopette if they have a valid USID card. And by USID, that stands for United Service Members Identification Card. That's for spouses, dependents, kids, retirees, vets, anyone that has a card that gets them on any base. They're sure welcome to come on in and do what they need to do at our AFI station.
What's the extent of the guards' involvement in the upcoming Operation Sea Dragon exercises?
Ooh, what's that? It's a little earlier than my usual wake-up time, Chris, so I got to get my coffee and catch up to you, man.
Right. Bree, what is Operation Sea?
Yeah, it's the annual multinational training exercise by the military. So you've got all these different military partners from, I think Australia, Japan,
Singapore.
Right, they're all coming to Guam, but they went through the protocols before they came. Then they had to have a PCR test, and then they're in protocols, 14-day quarantine. On island. And there's the restriction of movement. They're not allowed to go out, on party and things like that. They're supposed to stay in their hotel room, go to the base, and then go back.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that, but I do need to check my email still this morning. What I can say is that we have been a part of the joint exercises in the past, and of course, we're more than happy to support if we can. But I will also say that we're busy right now. We have a few things going on. So, pending on what my inbox says this morning, I don't really foresee us overextending ourselves on our priority right now. Of course, our main effort is to continue to help take care of the people of Guam during this pandemic.
Hey, you guys got a helicopter now, right?
We got two.
Yeah.
And they're cool.
Yeah. So what do they do when they're flying? Is it just routine maneuvers, or is it a patrol thing, or?
Sometimes, yeah. So the pilots need to get their hours, right? The birds need their hours too for maintenance and stuff like that. But our aviation detachment was brought here to help out with things that the homeland might need, like search and rescue. Right now, our pilots and our birds, our mission is certified to go and conduct, say, if hikers get lost. We've actually done live missions like that, where we can go and help find lost hikers. We can assist HSC 25 with, the missing fishermen, the people who have gone over the reef, God forbid, but we can help look for them and do things like that, like the rest of our missions to help out the homeland and the people of Guam.
So what's it going to take to get a link on location and go up with you guys and do a feature?
Yeah, maybe you run us to the store, get empanada and the bird.
I'm still trying to get on that thing, you guys, man. Maybe the empanada is the way for them to take us. If you buy them some, they have a hoist. I'm sure you can carry a whole big case of empanada, and maybe that'll get us on there.
What kind of helicopter is that, Mark? Because it looks like it's straight out of a MASH episode.
No,
Yeah. Go ahead, Reed.
No, I was going to say I did try to get in on one of the training and with the helicopter and be one of the, I guess, the people they were rescuing and to be on the hoist. And it was like, no. but I was down.
Go ahead, Jay.
I'm sure they got checklists upon checklists for their
Yeah.
safety protocol, Bree. But you know what? After this, I'm going to ask them, are you sure you can't get Bree on the hoist?
Right.
That's
She
something I'd like
was
to
in the
photograph,
FBI
too.
Citizens Academy, if
Oh,
that
gosh.
matters at all, just so if it ups her probability. Jason has something to say.
No, well, Chris, I believe, and Cap, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're one of our classmates from, you went to school with her at GW, but we're all the same age. I believe Melissa Meno. I know she was in training to work on the search and rescue team. So I mean, she may actually be deployed to that unit. So I went to school with her. So congratulations, and seeing what they're doing there.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be on the hoist. It's just a feature on the helicopter.
Yeah.
Helicopters.
Well, I'll tell you, Bree, we shoot for the hoist, and if they downgrade it from there, we'll take it.
Ask big
That's
first,
right.
Okay.
Go hard or go home.
Well, I guess we can't ask you any tough questions then.
Okay. How many is that?
Oh, there's just. Okay. All right. Mark, anything in closing?
Yeah, I really do want to say thank you first to the people of Guam for bringing down this car score. You know, guys, in a time when other places are seeing new records every day, we brought it down. And it's just a testament to, people of Guam doing the right thing, having our culture in their hearts, our anaphemalic culture, to do the right thing and look after each other. I know times have been tough. They've been tough for us too. But at the end of the day, it's what's right, And because of that, thank you all. We're one step closer to the end, right? We're gonna sprint to that finish with all your help. Please continue to stay safe and do those things to get our frontliners off the lines and back to their families. So a big thank you to the community. Thanks to our soldiers, airmen, and family, of course, on behalf of the command team, General Agagi, State Sergeant Major Diaz, and of course the governor. Thank you all. We appreciate you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mark. And it's good to hear that you guys are finally part of the vaccination, because you guys really have been in the trenches with the war against COVID. So
Yeah.
thank you.
You guys have too. Thank you likewise.
All right. As you were.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Carrying on now.
There you go. All right. Wow. Hope we
You
get.
always wanted to say that, huh?
I did. Yeah.
Chris, he is a captain, by the way. He's gonna have you go dig a latrine or something like that.
He's gonna be like, well, someone ain't going on the helicopter.
Okay.
That's for sure.
No, I have had to do that. When I was in ROTC, we had to actually scrub the entire bathrooms, the latrines, the head, depending on which branch of service you're in, with toothbrushes. That is not an easy detail, and they are very, very meticulous about getting that. It must be spotless.
Do they still make people peel potatoes when you get in trouble in the military, or is that a myth? I just remember back.
Oh, wait, okay.
Oh, yeah, Mark.
Yeah, Captain chime in.
Like peeling potatoes is something that you have to experience firsthand, and I invite you to our next drill weekend next month to to find out. There's only one way to find out.
Right on. No spoilers, right?
Their drill weekends are no joke.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, Mark, thanks.
Bye, guys.
I'll tell you what, everybody, it's a foregone conclusion. If there is a potato to be peeled, Chris will eat it.
Hey, if there's eating involved, I'm down.
You should, though, try one of their drill weekends, man. That I was sore for like 5 days. It was so terrible.
Crazy. Let's head back out in the KUAM News Zoom room and actually out to the Ukadu vaccination clinic site where we have the Deputy of Public Works, Jess Garcia, literally standing by. Jess, good morning.
Unmute. Yeah. There we go.
Good morning. Well, hey, Jess, can you just show us what's it look like over there at Ukadu? Jess, can you show us what it looks like over there at Ukadu?
So I'm saying when they're moving up, they cut in public.
Jess, you're on the air, Jess.
Hey, Jess.
Hey, so good man. So we'll do the same thing. Yes. But yeah, we're just waiting to do.
Jess.
Let's just wait until they're ready.
Jess, buenas, good morning. You're live on the link right now. Thank you so much.
All right, Jess. Hey, he's working. Let the guy work. Let the guy work.
The same thing. Yeah. So they're gonna bring porta potty back? No. Yeah, the porta potty's over there. Oh, so the one I was here. No.
Already they got the porta potty.
Okay.
So
This is a little behind the scenes, guys.
Just
Hey, Jess. Good morning.
They're not 60.
Okay, so never mind.
Be exiting.
Yeah. So no,
Okay.
we don't need to give it up.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Hey, Pari.
Well, we did a comment here. Francis writes, traffic is backed up already at Ukadu.
Wow.
I had to cut him off when he said, hey, Pari, because,
You never know.
You never know.
Are you able to message him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jess is actually obviously at the Ukadu High School vaccination site, right up the way from us at 714, and I think we have him now. Jess, good morning, Jess.
Unmute.
Yeah, you guys gotta talk loud.
But he's muted.
Yeah. Jess, good morning, Jess. Joe, sir, can you drive over there and tap him on the shoulder? Right.
Jess.
Hoi! Hoi!
Oh,
Now,
Jess.
I'll tell you what, everybody. This is the part of like live stream, live radio, live TV that those of us in the biz we live for, but that we also dread.
Hey, Jess.
Hey.
Hey, good
There we
morning.
are.
Yeah,
Hey.
right on. Yeah. Oh, wait. No. Jess,
Hey,
good
Jess.
morning, Jess. Good
Good morning, Jess.
I feel like someone's going
If
to run up to
anybody
me.
is listening to us at Ukadu, please
Tell Jess.
let him know he is live on the air.
Jess, good morning.
Hey, can you guys move the golf carts away from there?
Yeah, we'll get right on that.
Just move the golf carts back over here.
Okay, we'll do that, Jess.
All right,
Just
Jess.
move it over here. Yeah, so they can sit the cat.
This is where you should have like headphones or that Bluetooth
Right, yeah.
thingy for your ears.
Jess is a hard-working
iPods.
guy,
Is
though.
that what
yeah.
they're called, iPods?
AirPods.
AirPods?
Yeah, earpods.
iPods.
They should be called earpods because they go in your ear. Guys, we're going to take a quick break and go in Telik Jess's ear so he knows we're live. We'll be right back at 7:15 right here on the link. It's the breeze.
Gotta love it.
93.9.
You've got a job. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Two seconds after we went to commercial break, Jess was like, all right, I'm ready.
Okay. He's like, hey, what's taking you guys so long? I'm here. I'm ready to go. Hey, Jess, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
We only want to talk to you after the porta potties are all set up there at Ukadu. So everything's taken care of. You're good?
Hey. We're good, man.
All right. So what's it looking like there at Ukadu? Jess, is the traffic, as we got a comment here on our Facebook Live that the traffic's already getting kind of backed up. Is that true?
You have somebody go out again. There's no traffic. We got them coming in and being registered. We got the line worked out, so we don't have a line out on the main road.
Right.
We have people parked already and identifying their placement for the people to get vaccinated. We have 500 today up here in Ukadu. our goal is to once we get that 500 persons to be vaccinated, we'll close the line off.
So do
But
you
right
know?
now, there's no line. We got everybody in.
Well, do you know what number they're on already?
We're about over 300 right now.
Wow.
200 more slots. It's not even 9 o'clock. It's not even 8 o'clock. Okay.
But the main thing was to get them into the parking slots and ready to go once the stations open up.
Right. This vaccination clinic. I mean, from all over, even in Iran, and now they're going to have it available at the regular clinics. Well, it's really been a work in progress. There's been a lot of pivoting and evolving on this operation, right, Jess?
Yes, a lot of hard work, and we try to adjust as we go every day, get everything to run smoother as the days go by.
So what is DPW's role? Is it traffic control?
Well, traffic, right? The roads are public works. We got it. We're working with GPD and the National Guard on getting this traffic control flow off the major highways so we can get traffic flowing the way it's supposed to flow.
Well, somebody's on here saying
we know a cap number of 500. So our goal is to get 500 people into the gate of Ukudu, and then close put the signs out saying that no more vaccines, so that nobody has to wait in line all day and then come up to the line and say, "Oh, we're out of vaccine."
Yeah,
we have in advance where we cap it.
We got a cheerleader for you here, Jess, on our Facebook Live feed. Bonnie Mennel writes, he's doing an awesome job. Traffic control. Good job, Jess. Jess, I know it was rough the first couple of days. Did you kind of take it personal, seeing the Monumco lining up and waiting? And did you really work hard to try and find ways to make the process smoother for our elderly?
Well, it's everybody's teamwork here. It's not just one group. It has to take the whole team to make this whole thing happen.
And so from this to now we're talking about going back to school, face-to-face instruction, and I'm pretty sure if kids are going back to school, that's going to involve your department's bus operations division. So where are we with busing and getting ready to reopen the schools?
Okay, so as far as bus operations is concerned, we are ready to roll out the plan that DOE has given us. They're still on the DOE side. They're still adjusting some of their numbers. But as far as the buses, we're ready to go and adapt to schedules that the DOE are going to be putting out.
What about private schools?
Same with private schools. We're working with one floors on the private schools to get their kids bused also.
Okay, so what about when you pick up the students at the bus stop? What's going to happen? Can you walk us through the process? You open the bus door.
Basically, the same thing. When they come to the bus stop, the parents already have their kids all suited up, right? With their PPEs, their mask, and whatever hand sanitizer that they have. Our bus drivers would have mask available in the event that they don't have any, or if there's break or whatever. The bus drivers would have some PPEs, the basic PPEs to provide the student while in the bus.
So no temperature checks or anything like that. They just get on the bus as long as they have their mask and their...
The parents should do that. I think that's going to happen at the school.
What about sanitizing of the bus in between?
So the sanitization of the bus before each workday and after each run, the bus driver will be responsible of sanitizing their bus before they pick up the next route. We have given all the bus drivers the necessary sanitization equipment to sanitize the bus.
Jess, which equipment is it? That blue light spray thing, or they're just getting Clorox wipes, or what?
We have assorted equipment that were issued, because it's not everybody have the Blu-ray or that spray gun, or they may have the spray bottle or a bigger device to sanitize the bus. and then also we also have available wipes if they want to choose to use the wipes to wipe down the seats or whatever.
You know, I remember when we were talking about going back to school last year, you were saying that there are a bunch of bus drivers who have pre-existing comorbidities, and that I remember them saying, Bree, that there were a bunch of bus drivers who didn't want to go out and drive the kids, probably because of the risk or whatever. Is that still the situation?
Well, so our bus operations have been working with their staff and identified all that, and shortfalls will adjust the shortfalls, but you know, things can change. But right now, we feel that we can accomplish our mission.
What about your bus drivers? Are they on the list to get vaccinated, or have any of them been vaccinated?
No, we are working with public health at this time to get them vaccinated, start getting them vaccinated before the school starts. So even with the vaccination, it's going to be a voluntary vaccination. We're not going to force them to do it. If they want to do it, we'll get it to them. If they don't want to do it, then that's their choice.
Jess, what about the social distancing? So with the social distancing, are we going to maintain that 6 foot distance between students? And if so,
yeah, so we have a bus plan of transporting the kids. So what happens is usually the bus is about a 65 passenger bus. We're only going to probably take around 24, 23 kids per shuttle.
So does that mean that we're going to have to do double the trips, right? Pretty much?
Yes, we'll be doing double runs and stuff like that. And so, you know, this first week that's coming up, we'll start gauging of how many kids are going to be going online and how many do want to go to school actually. And then it's only a certain amount of days for school in-face teaching. So some schools have 2 days, some have 3.
So they kind of stagger the schedule to accommodate for that. Yeah.
So,
we had a comment here on our Facebook Live feed. Why not take temperature before they get onto the bus? Why wait until the students get to school? Yeah, why is that, Jess?
Well, I got to see if we have if that's the case. We're gonna. I think we're working that issue out right now still. But you know, if you're looking at it, the parents should also be conscious of sending the child to school. If they're sick, stay home.
Right. So what happens though if there is a student that's at a bus stop and they're not feeling well and their parent just drops them off? What would the bus driver do?
Let me work the detail out, and I can call you back on that, Chris and Sabrina, on the temperature checking. But yeah, it would be nice for us to do the temperature checking before they come in the bus. But again, that takes time for us to screen them, and then it's going to delay the route.
Right. Yeah. Jess, what about
So that's why I'm saying the parents have to be a big role into this busing issue.
Right. What about juggling the quarantine busing? You guys are still doing the quarantine busing from the airport?
So the quarantine busing, for now we're doing it, but we already put out a ticket to civil defense to have it contracted out.
When's that
before school?
Before school starts, yes.
What
and
happens?
That's only rolling up right now.
What happens if that RFP or that contract's not signed before the start of school?
I'll be doing the follow-up to make sure it's signed. I've been tracking it so far, so they put the information out to the tour companies already. So we're just waiting for the information and then we'll execute. The busing for the quarantine facility is pretty much cut and dry, just from the airport to the QFAC, from the QFAC back to the airport.
And that's what? How many times a day, Jess, you think?
It depends on the flights. The flights vary on coming in different airlines. We have some early in the morning. We have some during the day.
You know, Jess, in a regular school year, there's always that the first couple weeks where everybody's kind of just figuring it out, right? Bus drivers, the students. So that being said, do you anticipate some bumps in the road, so to speak, when we get back to school?
Yes, we are going to have some bumps in the road, but it's something new, and we'll just adapt and try to make it work to the best as we can.
Jess, how are you going to handle I guess, is it the interchange is it the Chamorro Village when the kids are all dropped there?
That's what we're working the details out with the private schools right now on that issue, on the interchange.
What are some of the concerns and issues?
The same thing as social distancing, and that's basically the social distancing and making sure that the kids are safe when they're at the interchange.
What are the drivers saying, Jess? Are they excited to get back to work, or are they kind of?
The drivers they're good. They've been trained up, and although they haven't been driving for a couple of months, but we got them out on shifts on doing other stuff for bus operations.
Right. What else you got going on in the department, Jess? The things that were put on hold.
That's pretty much it, man. Just getting this the vaccination and the busing for the school, and then also I'm trying to concentrate our maintenance crew out on the highways, cleaning up the shoulder of major highways, and then we're just waiting for some purchase orders so we can start marking off lanes, dividers. So that's in process right now. I should start soon, as soon as I get all the necessary supplies.
Okay, and just to go back, Jess, you're still trying to work on what happens in the event a child is left at the bus stop by their parent, waiting for the bus to arrive, and say this child has symptoms. You're still working to find out what's going to happen.
Yes, we're working. It's going to have to deal. So remember that the government, DOE and DPW, as soon as the child is dropped off at the bus station or arrives at the bus station, it's our responsibility from there to the time they get home.
Okay. Yeah, I just if you could get back to us on what will happen, because that's
I
not
get the details on that.
Yeah, that's something that could possibly happen where parents just
it
drop
will
off
happen.
their kids. Yeah, because I've seen kids on my way to work where they just dropped at the bus stop.
Yes.
Before pre-COVID.
Yes, but because of the pandemic, the like what I was saying is if they're feeling kind of ill at home, just keep them home.
Mm-hmm. Right. No, yeah, obviously you should, but you just never know.
You never know, because parents are
I know,
going back to work.
And if they get sick.
Mm-hmm.
Because we definitely don't want to see sick kids being left
I'll
at the
get
bus
back to you
stop.
on that.
We had a question here, Jess. How safe is it for students waiting in the bus shelters? To me, all parents should be there to control their kids and follow all safety guidelines among all students boarding the bus. Are you concerned at all, Jess, about kids congregating at the bus stops? Because any one bus stop could be, you're going to have students from a whole bunch of different schools.
Yes, we don't have to practice social distancing, but hopefully when the school starts, and then the school can also start doing education on how to prepare the kids for informing them of how to react at a bus shelter and stuff like that while waiting for the bus. There's a lot of education that's going to have to go into that from the school also, to teach them social distancing at the bus shelter.
Are we going to be okay, Jess? Because it's Atlanta. It's only 6 more days till school starts, and we're still figuring out so much.
Yes, we got our plan pretty much, and then, but I'll get back to you later on, Chris and Sabrina, on the temperature checks and stuff.
All right. Maybe you can get like a Facebook video made or something.
Yeah, you guys
All
should
right.
do like a video, Jess.
I gotta have one of my staff do that.
On the iPhone.
Thanks, Jess.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Chris.
That's
Sabrina,
that.
thanks.
Okay.
Stay safe.
There you go. One of the hardest working men in the government of Guam.
Definitely. Jess, man, you could always count on him. Anytime you call, he's there.
I've had a couple of questions. DPW bus drivers, are they vaccinated? No, they're not right now, but Deputy Garcia had said that that's something that's in the works, right?
Yeah.
What about sanitizing the buses? According to Jess, bus drivers will be given sanitation equipment that will range from either the blue light spray thingy or the wipes. And will temperatures be taken upon entry into the bus? According to Jess, not as of now. They don't have the equipment. And then I believe that they're going to be doing temperature checks at the school level, right? Okay, so yeah, definitely a lot of questions coming in here. Who will be there to ensure that all those students waiting for their bus will be safe? Well, hopefully the moms and the dads, the guardians. Ben Kai writes, boarding the bus will be a delay process, especially when the bus is in the main street and secondary roads. Yeah, definitely.
Right.
It's going to be growing pains.
Right. You know, and according to the Department of Education, John Fernandez and the surveys they've done, only 30%, I believe, of students will be actually participating in face-to-face instruction. There's no going back to DOE asking, oh, can I get my kid to get into face-to-face? It's locked in with if you participated in the survey and you said that you wanted your child to return to face-to-face, by the deadline, that's it. At least that's what he told us. But he is appearing in a virtual update public hearing this afternoon at 3:00, which you can watch on the legislature's website. And of course, he'll be on here tomorrow.
I'm also wondering for kids that go to the bus stops. I mean, there's not a whole lot of space there. So with social distancing now in effect, even with kids wearing their masks and if you get gloves and everything like that, I would, in lieu of actually getting any official information, everything like that, if you can, just park on the side, like near the bus stop, and just stay in the car with the kids if you can, because God forbid, like if it rains and it's a bus stop and kids just can't all be that close together. I mean, it's gonna make for a weird situation.
I think just right off the bat, we all have to. God, this sounds bad, but we all have to just lower our expectations because there's going to be hiccups. There's going to be bumps in the road. I mean, 25 kids on a bus. I know that's freaking a lot of people out, but then 30% of the students returning to face-to-face, that's kind of maybe a manageable number. So I don't know how rough it's going to be, but just saying, guys, this is a first. What is it? Unprecedented. So thanks for that, Jess. 7:37.
Just be smart. Be careful.
Be safe.
When you send your child to school.
At 7:37, we got this great segment, Bree, called Here's to Your Health.
Yes, we partnered with the American Medical Center to provide information about Medicare and other health-related issues. It's hosted by our Andy Wheeler.
Right on, and so we'll go ahead and play this. This is a pretty extensive interview that Andy does with Dr.
Kelly
Neal from AMC. So again, this is the link on the Breeze, 93.9 to 737. Coming up on the show, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. We've also got Sergeant Paul from the Guam Police Department and GVB telling us how people are out there protecting Guam. That's all coming up here on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9.
All right, it's time for Here's to Your Health on KUAM, wherever that may be that you're watching on TV8, TV11, YouTube, Facebook, KUAM News, KUAM.com, KUAM on Instagram. We are all over the place, and thank you guys very much for joining us. Joining me here in the Zoom room, no stranger to talking to her, we have Dr. Kelly Neal from American Medical Center. Doctor, hello and welcome to the show.
It's my pleasure. Good afternoon.
Now, we have talked before. When I was filling in for Chris on the link, we've had several conversations about a lot of topics that obviously you are somewhat of an expert in, Medicare being one from the clinical side. And so when we're doing this show as a standalone, I kind of wanted to reset. As I mentioned to you before we started, you don't want to kind of start watching a TV series halfway through the third season. You kind of want to go back to the beginning and start binge watching it.
So that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to back it up a little bit, reboot the franchise, so to speak, and just kind of start from the beginning. So first off, let's talk about your role over there at AMC.
Okay. When I tell people, why they come into the clinic for an annual wellness, it's usually to, first of all, break the ice. And I tell them my responsibility is to make sure that they have every benefit Medicare has to offer. And as soon as I break the ice, they go, oh, sign me up. And so I've got them, at least I've got their attention at that time. The annual wellness is not a mandatory appointment. It is a initiative by Medicare. It's annually, meaning once a year. So if they have it in December, we hopefully get them back by the following December. It does not have to be by their primary care. The goal is for me as a clinician to kind of put together a preventative plan. And that preventative plan is say, hey, I see these things. Let's see what we can do to keep you out of the hospital. Or, hey, do you need a walker? Let's see what we can do about a walker. In that visit, it probably takes about an hour, 45 minutes. We give them access to their electronic record, which is sometimes for my tender folks, like maybe 80s or 90s, they may not necessarily have any desire to go on a platform, but to our younger folks, let's say 40s, 20s, the great grandkids they're all, hey, do you have a warehouse that has all their electronic, all their records that are electronically? They tend to really like that.
And that would be good for someone who, maybe their parents or their grandparents are, getting Medicare benefits. So they can kind of keep track of where grandpa is or grandpa is, grandma is, make sure they're getting the meds, the services that they required, and that they're actually going to their appointments, which is pretty important.
Absolutely, because it's by claims data, which means every time somebody sees them, every 30 days, the data gets dumped into it. So it's basically a data dump. Every time I see the patient, give me at least 24 hours to finish my note. The notes go in there. The patient has the ability to see everything we see. Fast forward to there's the care coordination. So the care health coaches or the care managers will put their notes in it too and make their suggestions. So in case they didn't catch it on that conversation, it also is placed in there too. So there's a lot of things that platform holds and wealth information. Plus, it's also a warehouse of any other future and past visits can go in there. So let's say they go to the States and never come back to Guam, which is unfortunate, but they always have that warehouse that has all their information. So the annual wellness is a yearly evaluation for preventative care and wellness. We put together a care plan to keep them safe, not only from a health standpoint, but also from a safety standpoint, because the goal is to keep them out of the big house. Right now where I'm in clinic, and it's the Oka Clinic, but right next door is GMH. The goal is to keep them out of that hospital. And that's not always an easy feat to do.
And this is different from an annual physical or executive checkup with the primary, correct?
Correct. So it's more of and forgive me, it's more of the chit chat, getting to know them, what their risk factors are, how Medicare can help them. So often they think of it as this ominous element that they signed up for, but don't know anything about. That's kind of like marriage. It's like, okay, you signed the dotted line, but what is marriage about? I know I wasn't prepared for it. So what are we prepared, over exaggeration, but what are we prepared for with Medicare? So I just kind of walk them through it. Yes, we get this big book every year that says Medicare 2021. That should be now starting to circulate again, but what does that mean for the patient? So that's just one layer of the onion. There's also that in that meeting, we have a heart-to-heart conversation, and it may go like this. In case your heart was to stop, do you want a full resuscitation? Do you want a breathing tube, or do you want a peaceful passing? That form looks like this pink, okay, very forthright. A lot of dialogue goes into this. That dialogue is usually on the annual wellness. We fill it out. I hand it to the patient. We scan it into their electronic record. Again, they have full access to it, and we don't discuss it again until the next year. The other time we may need to discuss it is God forbid we have to give them a catastrophic or a terminal diagnosis, and that terminal diagnosis may mean they may have less than 6 months to live. That is appropriate time to go over it again, but usually they don't necessarily, and nobody really wants to think about it, but it's like, what happens? And so we kind of crack the nut on that conversation. Not always a fun topic, but a necessary topic.
Yeah, and you and I, we actually had this conversation at your clinic. I know doctor-patient confidentiality and all that, but I have no problems talking about it. But it is one conversation that you need to have with your patients, because those on Medicare, it's for a reason that they're either advanced in age, and these things just happen when you got a lot of miles on the clock. Conditions do add up. And other younger people like myself have a condition that got us into Medicare. So it's a conversation that you need to have. And that database you mentioned, it's like, think of it like your Facebook profile. Like, you update your status depending on your mood. You've updated your location or your workplace, wherever that may be. You need that current information. So like you said, any doctor that they visit will have that available to them.
Oh, absolutely. And they can take it to their primary care. Absolutely. So,
All right, it's time for Here's to Your Health on KUAM, wherever that may be that you're watching, on TV8, TV11, YouTube, Facebook, KUAM News, KUAM.com, KUAM on Instagram. We are all over the place, and thank you guys very much for joining us. Joining me here in the Zoom room, no stranger to talking to her, we have Dr. Kelly Neal from American Medical Center. Doctor, hello and welcome to the show.
it's my pleasure. Good afternoon.
Now, we have talked before, when I was filling in for Chris on the link, we've had several conversations about a lot of topics that obviously you are somewhat of an expert in, Medicare being one from the clinical side. And so when we're doing this show as a standalone, I kind of wanted to reset. As I mentioned to you before we started, you don't want to kind of start watching a TV series halfway through the third season. You kind of want to go back to the beginning and start binge watching it. So that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to back it up a little bit, reboot the franchise, so to speak, and just kind of start from the beginning. So first off, let's talk about your role over there at AMC.
Okay. When I tell people, why they come into the clinic for an annual wellness, it's usually to, first of all, break the ice. And I tell them my responsibility is to make sure that they have every benefit Medicare has to offer. And as soon as I break the ice, they go, oh, sign me up. And so I've got them, at least I've got their attention at that time. The annual wellness is not a mandatory appointment. It is a initiative by Medicare. It's annually, meaning once a year. So if they have it in December, we hopefully get them back by the following December. It does not have to be by their primary care. The goal is for me as a clinician to kind of put together a preventative plan. And that preventative plan is say, hey, I see these things. Let's see what we can do to keep you out of the hospital. Or, hey, do you need a walker? Let's see what we can do about a walker. In that visit, it probably takes about an hour, 45 minutes. We give them access to their electronic record, which is sometimes for my tender folks, like maybe 80s or 90s, they may not necessarily have any desire to go on a platform, but to our younger folks, let's say 40s, 20s, the great grandkids, they're all, hey, to have a warehouse that has all their all their records that are electronically, they tend to really like that.
And that would be good for someone who, maybe their parents or their grandparents are, getting Medicare benefits, so they can kind of keep track of where grandpa is or grandma is, make sure they're getting the meds, the services that they required, and that they're actually going to their appointments, which is pretty important.
Absolutely, because it's by claims data, which means every time somebody sees them, every 30 days, the data gets dumped into it. So it's basically a data dump. Every time I see the patient, give me at least 24 hours to finish my note. The notes go in there. The patient has the ability to see everything we see. Fast forward to there's the care coordination. So the care health coaches or the care managers will put their notes in it too and make their suggestions. So in case they didn't catch it on that conversation, it also is placed in there too. So there's a lot of things that platform holds and wealth information. Plus, it's also a warehouse of any other future and past visits can go in there. So let's say they go to the States and never come back to Guam, which is unfortunate, but they always have that warehouse that has all their information. So the annual wellness is a yearly evaluation for preventative care and wellness. We put together a care plan to keep them safe, not only from a health standpoint, but also from a safety standpoint, because the goal is to keep them out of the big house. Right now where I'm in clinic, and it's the Oka Clinic, but right next door is GMH. The goal is to keep them out of that hospital. And that's not always an easy feat to do.
And this is different from an annual physical or executive checkup with the primary, correct?
Correct. So it's more of and forgive me, it's more of the chit chat, getting to know them, what their risk factors are, how Medicare can help them. So often they think of it as this ominous element that they signed up for, but don't know anything about. That's kind of like marriage. It's like, okay, you signed the dotted line, but what is marriage about? I know I wasn't prepared for it. So what are we prepared, over exaggeration, but what are we prepared for with Medicare? So I just kind of walk them through it. Yes, we get this big book every year that says Medicare 2021. That should be now starting to circulate again, but what does that mean for the patient? So that's just one layer of the onion. There's also that in that meeting, we have a heart-to-heart conversation, and it may go like this. In case your heart was to stop, do you want a full resuscitation? Do you want a breathing tube, or do you want a peaceful passing? That form looks like this pink, okay, very forthright. A lot of dialogue goes into this. That dialogue is usually on the annual wellness. We fill it out. I hand it to the patient. We scan it into their electronic record. Again, they have full access to it, and we don't discuss it again until the next year. The other time we may need to discuss it is, God forbid, we have to give them a catastrophic or a terminal diagnosis, and that terminal diagnosis may mean they may have less than 6 months to live. That is appropriate time to go over it again, but usually they don't necessarily, and nobody really wants to think about it, but it's like, what happens? And so we kind of crack the nut on that conversation. Not always a fun topic, but a necessary topic.
Yeah, and you and I, we actually had this conversation at your clinic. I know doctor-patient confidentiality and all that, but I have no problems talking about it. But it is one conversation that you need to have with your patients, because those on Medicare, it's for a reason that they're either advanced in age, and these things just happen when you got a lot of miles on the clock. Conditions do add up. And other younger people like myself have a condition that got us into Medicare. So it's a conversation that you need to have. And that database you mentioned, it's like, think of it like your Facebook profile. Like, you update your status depending on your mood. You've updated your location or your workplace, wherever that may be. You need that current information. So like you said, any doctor that they visit will have that available to them.
Oh, absolutely. And they can take it to their primary care. Absolutely. So circling back to this thing. So let's say when you're definitely young and healthy, it may say, hey, full resuscitation. Let's pull up the tent stick, do everything we can. You got hit with the surfboard or something. But then on the fine print for, let's say, additional comments, it may look like this. We talked about it at another show. If two physicians agree, there is no sustainable quality of life, discontinue life supporting means, then what it does is it makes two healthcare professionals to collaborate and make the decision. And then it kind of in collaboration with the family, but it offloads that burden, because there's nothing worse than having a family member having to make the decision to withdraw life support.
Yeah, so that's a big point that you've brought up before, is this also lets the family know their intent, because family, we don't want to let go of our loved ones. We don't want to just say pull the plug. But if it's the wish of that loved one that, hey, I've gotten to this point, the family needs to know exactly where myself and my doctors stand on this.
Correct. So it's just to pull everyone together. What is the wishes of that individual? It has nothing to do with the crown jewels. It has nothing to do with the estate. It is called a POST, which is a physician's order for life-sustaining treatment. That conversation, Medicare allows us to traditionally bill and to have that conversation with the annual wellness. So not only for the annual wellness, we have the care plans to completely discuss on prevention of illness and looking at the health element of the patient, the annual wellness. And then thirdly, the biggest topic with that is what we talked about last week, and that was to sign up for chronic care management. Chronic care management is a care team that will call the patient once a month, and they will say, hey, Mrs. Smith, how's your arthritis? How's your hypertension? If they have congestive heart failure, did you gain 5 pounds within this last month? Because then we worry about fluid building up in the lungs and stuff. So you have a personalized team that is going by a rubric or a plan that has been put together at this wellness visit that specifically tailors to that person.
Yeah.
So that
before I had my appointment with you, the conversation I had with one of your team over there, it was pretty thorough. We went through all the medication I'm on, the treatments I'm currently on, you've done my dialysis schedule, and they even got into state of mind type questions just to kind of see where I was at mentally.
And you weren't too crazy. Oh.
Too crazy on a scale, that's patient-doctor confidentiality. Don't tell everyone how crazy I am. But it was, it did kind of catch me off guard, because sometimes you just, mental health, it gets pushed under the rug so often. Now, lately, we're really seeing that, this is such a huge part of people's lives. And when you do have a serious medical, physical condition, your mental health can take a beating. So it's good to know kind of where their head's at before you meet with them and find out the physical stuff.
Because what you're referring to is I have a staff that calls you prior to meeting me. And I think hopefully that wasn't too offensive, because
no, not at all.
Doing is they're asking you all these questions that helps to offload the time that you and I are spending, or the patient and I are spending, so that I get to get more down into the weeds. I'll take what that team has talked to you about and kind of decipher it a little bit more. And you know what, we have identified that can be a little bit of a pickle, because the team is talking to you before you even walk through the bay or here. It's like, well, I'm not going to say if I'm, depressed or not. I don't know who you are and you're on the phone, but what the team is actually helping me to do my job, and to reiterate the fact that I can't do my job without them, and I certainly don't do it in a vacuum, but they're helping me to make the best use of that hour and why we can get so much more done.
And because it helps you, because, I'm one that when it comes to doctors, full disclosure, I've got nothing to hide, because the best possible treatment I can get is if they are armed with all the information they have. And another thing is that if someone does repeatedly take this little survey, every year before their wellness check, if you see a huge dip in their mental state, you think, well, something's going on, obviously. And this could be the manifestation of some physical discomforts that maybe I don't want to admit that is sore. But if you're more depressed, you went from maybe a 0 on the scale and you shot up, your depression is up to a 5, then, well, maybe there's something that you need to look at there.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take that and run through that rabbit trail.
Yeah.
We had noticed that one of the patients went from one score to the other. Then it put sticklers on my side to redo it in about 6 months. And so somebody has, let's say, PTSD or bipolar or depression or anxiety. Instead of just one phone call a month, Medicare will allow me to have them have 2. Because what Medicare does, and they're starting to see the benefit of it, then better now than they did, let's say, 10 years ago. So they're identifying that can be a pickle. So they're saying, hey, you know what? We see that there's an issue. We're going to let that care manager talk to them twice a month. just to make sure that their emotional health is stable. Now, I think we have identified maybe here on Guam, we need to probably bolster up our mental health here. And I don't know how that's going to go on air, but we need to probably do a better job on mental health here. And I think we're going the better way.
I think because we're all making progress. We know that it's not something that is going to happen overnight.
Yeah. It's a momentum that we're all working on. Yeah.
So I think the main thing with Medicare is quality of life, whether that's mental or physical. And so, maybe if someone is 85, 90 years old, things might change in the year between, the time that you meet them. So is there like adjustments you can make to their Medicare if you realize that things are a little bit different, or is it just the one policy fits all?
There are adjustments. Let's say for, are we talking about their health plan, or are we talking about their benefit plan?
I think the benefit plan, because the health, obviously, we know that you can adjust things. Hey, we're going to tweak your prescription out. We're going to maybe, put you on this program. But from the benefit standpoint, because you're coming from the clinical side of the Medicare, is there a way, I know that the admin paperwork stuff is probably a different office, but are there ways you can kind of tailor the Medicare?
Not so much from the admin plan. I figured once they get the package, meaning they get Medicare, there's different venues that they can participate in. So let's say all of a sudden someone gets sicker than snot and they now need to have Medicare D. So then what I do is I give them a brochure that says coordination of your benefits, and I give them in contact to the person that can best assist them for Medicare D. And the best I learned how to say what D is for D stands for drugs. So it's the pharmaceutical element, because before, let's say they were 40s or 50s and had Medicare, they were only on an aspirin or multivitamins, and they may not have needed the D component. But fast forward 30 years, it's maybe a different story. So I help them to put the right people in their circle of who's who to help them with those, to help them make the best decision, because you may find that the premium for D may be $200, but if they look at the medication, it's only worth $150. That may not be cost beneficial. So you always want to look at the cost ratio benefit analysis when you take a step back. And I'm afraid I'm not the right person for that. So the goal is
that's another thing, is that you help the people get in contact with these people that would be able to handle those type of things. When we had our meeting, I have part A and B now, and I do need D because, as you said, the premium saved $200. One of my medications is about $400 a month. So cost benefit, that works for me. So I need to get that. But that is something that is handled by another office. There is the Medicare office here on island. I believe they're part of public health.
They are. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you're good at that information, getting people in touch with those. I know you gave me several phone numbers and places to go and contact. So your kind of whole thing is that informational warfare, because you're just arming people with the best info they have so they can maximize their benefits. And again, it goes back to that quality of life.
It does. I almost want to correct you on your first statement that I was the expert. I don't know if I'm the expert. I just know a little bit about little things, because I want to let you know every year it's a grab bag. 2021 just rang in, and I have no idea all the changes. We all find out at the same time.
Yeah,
we're all
I mean, I
didn't know that.
Yeah, well, that's government, I mean, they kind of, we change things, tax codes and whatnot. So let's go back a little bit to my deal with my disease and my kidney failure. I am on Medicare now. I'm only 44 years old. So before this, I thought Medicare was for people that are like 65, 70 years old. That's it, just for old retired people. I never thought that in my 40s, I would be on Medicare. So who exactly qualifies for Medicare?
A great question, because I did a show maybe the first 6 months I was here, and the broadcaster says, well, it's for all those elderly. And I thought, oh, okay. I said, do you think everyone that's elderly is 65? She goes, oh no, I'm going to be 65 next year. I go, well, you're correct. I don't think this, because anyone that's 65, I don't qualify as elderly. So your question
I still
is,
feel like I'm 25. So the fact that
I
I'm
don't you act like you're 25.
yeah,
Absolutely.
true. Don't ask my wife. She'll say 12, but whatever.
So we have a Medicare car, and you'll see it around. It's like Aging with Grace. And I think that is so apropos, so poetic. It's Aging with Grace. So your original question is, who qualifies for Medicare? Medicare will take anyone that is permanently disabled. So I see patients that have schizophrenia, that are disabled because of PTSD or bipolar, and they're young, they're healthy, they may have a little bit of problem with society, but they're wonderful, active individuals, and they're just a joy to see. And then I also have people that are 100, 102 that are unfortunately bedbound, and then everything in between. So it really makes my life and my day unique.
Yeah,
And
when my doctor told me, he's like, okay, technically now you're disabled. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm still a young dude. I feel fine, aside from some internal issues. I feel fine. So yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, brain. Well, let's not get carried away.
It's a matter of perspective. And so the goal is to keep them as active as possible, to change the perspective that just because they're on Medicare doesn't mean that we have to build the pine box in the backyard and look at it every day. It's exactly what we don't want to do. We want to keep them aging with grace. And
that's what I wanted to get is that, this is not the, all right, well, you're done. Here's your Medicare, kind of off into the sunset. This is, again, quality of life. It goes back to it and maximizing those benefits. So it's going to benefit the people who, through, no fault of our own, have an issue, a condition that, we need this help. And, when they said, okay, you need to get Medicare, I thought, well, how am I going to qualify for that? I'm still young. And they're like, well, how long have you been working? So basically, I've been paying into Medicare for, before I was even an adult. Started working when I was, I think, 15. So that kind of helped the process, Is that one of the requirements? Or, I mean, maybe that's a different office that can answer that question.
Maybe you do have to have some type of contribute. You have to contribute it somehow, or by the Social Security. Absolutely, yeah.
I think that's what it was. I mean,
yeah, because I actually had to go back to the civics books to find out when U.S. acquired Guam, how did that roll over everybody into it? And I knew at one time that answer, but I on air, I want to retract because I don't want to profess my ignorance.
So, basically this, we could talk for hours and hours about all the little finer points of Medicare. But we just wanted to kind of cover the basics here on the show. And I know that you have your sit down with your patients, and whatever their concerns are, bring them up, and you try to give them as much information as you can. But again, you don't have it all, and it's hard to kind of think of everything you want them to know. So what are some of the big questions that maybe your patients might have?
Usually it is, why am I here? Okay, I got a phone call, why am I here? And so it's to let them know what the annual wellness is, that hopefully my staff has done, and they usually are really good about saying this is what the annual wellness is. They always like to hear it again. Right. It's like staff is telling them what annual wellness is. And I think through the broadcast that we're doing, being it out there, so it's not so skeptical. It's like, why am I getting called? We have patients that have come into any of the AMC clinics, so we have their numbers and we already know that they're Medicare. So they will get that phone call. And again, not to coerce, but just to say, hey, we know that you would benefit from this, and this is what this is a service that is offered to you, and Medicare will access it, so we can make sure that you're okay. So we do that. That's the first thing, is that the biggest question. I have a list here because I asked my patients here. we already answered the other one is what does it entail? And
And we're back. Hey, it's 8:08 now. Let's do the news with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Half-a-day vaccination clinics resume at Ukudu High School today and tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Public Health will issue tickets for vaccinations to the first 500 individuals per day under Phase 1C, or those who are 60 years and older who will be receiving their first dose of the COVID-19 vaccination. Public Health reminds these individuals to be present in their vehicles to receive tickets. Walk-ins will not be accepted. The shots are on a first-come, first-served basis. Please bring your photo ID. And if you were listening to our show earlier, we had DPW Director Jess Garcia, who told us about a half an hour ago that they were already up to 300 tickets that were issued. Meanwhile, also today, GRMC will resume its COVID vaccination clinic only for Group 1A or healthcare workers and others who are due for their second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. Again, this is for those due for their second dose. Go to GRMC between 1 to 4 o'clock this afternoon. This again also on a first-come, first-served basis. Additionally, we mentioned this yesterday on the link, but Public Health officially announced that vaccinations will be given at the Southern Region Community Health Center in Inarajan on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week. The first dose of the Moderna vaccine will be given to Category 1C. Again, this is 60 years and older. The clinic officially opens at 8:30 in the morning. Public Health will issue tickets for vaccinations to the first 250 individuals at the clinic site per day. Again, that is Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Also this week, free COVID testing will be held this Thursday, January 14th at the Jotnya Gym. 250 tests will be offered on a first-come, first-served basis. This is from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Only 4 people per vehicle are allowed. No symptoms are needed to qualify for testing. Bring an ID. The free community testing is just for COVID tests. No vaccinations are being offered there. The free community testing at the Jotnya Gym, again, Thursday from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports 11 out of 706 samples from various labs tested positive for COVID. Of the new cases, 8 were identified through contact tracing, 4 reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine. This brings Guam's current COVID case count since last March to 7,423. with 135 active cases, a little over 7,100 recoveries, and 124 deaths. 9 people are currently hospitalized, with 4 under ICU level of care and 4 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score slightly gone up to 1.5. Another firefighter with the Guam Fire Department has tested positive for COVID. According to GFD, the firefighter is assigned to the Inarajan Fire Station but was temporarily reassigned at the Estumbo Fire Station. The individual started to feel ill at work on Friday and was immediately secured from duty and is currently in isolation. Until testing is completed on personnel at both stations, specifically 5 from Inarajan, 4 from Estumbo, quarantine is in effect. Emergency operations will continue with adjustments made in scheduling for the firefighters assigned. GFD adds that a thorough decontamination of both stations was conducted. To date, a total of 13 GFD personnel have tested positive for the coronavirus since March. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Packed bags and passports in hand, about 50 passengers boarded a China Airlines flight to Taiwan as the Taiwan Economic and Cultural Office held a send-off ceremony for medical patients and stranded Taiwan citizens. Here's more.
With the coronavirus pandemic making travel virtually impossible for the better part of 2020, many seeking off-island medical treatment were left with no choice but to wait it out. In efforts to assist those who've been unable to travel for medical treatment due to the pandemic, the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office has partnered with China Airlines in coordination with the government of Guam to take part in a joint humanitarian and medical mission, which would charter a flight of about 50 passengers to Taiwan by way of China Airlines.
We know all too well that medical emergencies don't stop during global pandemics, and this charter flight is helping our people get the care they need, get the care they deserve.
As KUAM recently reported, Guam's first bariatric surgery carried out by Dr. Christian Eusebio was a process years in the making. Medical passenger Leticia Leon Guerrero planned to seek out the procedure since last year, but due to travel restrictions was unable to get the medical care she needed. To Leticia, this trip was more than just an opportunity to receive the necessary treatment, but an answered prayer.
I will be going back for bariatric surgery. It's very much needed for me to be healthier, and I can't wait to begin that journey. It's a beautiful word. I mean, so many words are beautiful, and humanitarian is one of them, but the action of seeing it taking place right now, helping those who need medical care, and then getting people back home because of everything that's happened in the pandemic. And I'm overwhelmed and really, really thankful and grateful, and I'll always remember I'm very blessed.
The charter flight didn't only cater to those seeking medical assistance. As layoffs and furloughs swept through many of the island's businesses, several Taiwan citizens who come to the island for work opportunities were left stranded without a job or family. TECO Director General Paul Chen says this charter flight is only the first of many.
When direct flight between Taiwan and Guam was suspended last year, there were about 100 Taiwanese citizens stranded in Guam and Saipan, while some returned to Taiwan on their own. Dozens of people remained unable to leave. They will also return to Taiwan on today's flight. Taiwan can help. Taiwan is helping. We believe this first charter flight will not be the last. This is the only beginning.
Guam International Airport Authority Executive Manager John Kanata says he anticipates more patients will be making their way to Taiwan.
Instead of just going to Philippines for medical treatment or medical procedures and stuff, Taiwan has really stepped up. This is the first China airline flights that's coming and going back to Taiwan. So this is perfect for folks that have been waiting to get medical procedures done or surgeries or any treatment that they're the first ones to go on this flight, so they can continue on, hopefully get them healthy and to come back to Guam. There's going to be the next flight that's going to be coming very soon. And this hopefully will continue, possibly if not once a week, at least once a month.
More federal assistance is on the way for small businesses who were hit hard by the pandemic. The Paycheck Protection Program will reopen tomorrow with another $284 billion available for employee retention and certain other business expenses. Ken Lujan, branch manager of the SBA office in Guam.
It does provide some sort of aid again back to the community that it was desperately needed. The business community were yelling and screaming and asking for additional relief, and that's where Congress got together and they provided this relief act that would allow for more opportunities for businesses to start getting to.
The Paycheck Protection Program provides businesses with money to keep employees on the payroll. The new round expands eligibility to even media companies, for example, and existing borrowers are also eligible for a second draw. Lujan hopes more hotels, restaurants, and bars take advantage.
So we're looking at targeting those particular industries because those are the singular industries that have been adversely affected by the pandemic.
The PPP will run through March 31st, while the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program was extended through December 31st. Lujan says more than 2,800 businesses in Guam received nearly $85 million in the first round of the EIDL. SBA Administrator Jovi Carranza in a news release said a number of changes were made to adapt to the needs of small business owners.
Legislation just came out over the weekend. A lot of the guidelines are still flowing through, so we're going to have to kind of sort through these guidelines and try to see, kind of make heads or tails as to which, what would be beneficial to the island, what would be beneficial to small businesses out there.
The new guidance is also posted on the SBA website. Again, online applications go live January 12th. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
We're doing
Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We understand
We
what
still
matters
need
to
to
you
watch
because
our
at Open
distance,
Pacific, we're a
wash
family
our
too.
hands,
With
and
the Now
wear our
Family
masks.
program,
So
Mom,
please
Dad,
keep
and kids
striving,
stay
Guam.
connected on
We
the
got this.
devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with
It takes
30
all of
gigs
us to protect
LTE
Guam. Join the
data
Guam
free.
Visitors Bureau and our
And
social
endless
media
use of your
campaign
favorite
series
apps
aimed to
without
protect our
affecting your
island and each
multi-data
other in
budget.
this COVID-19
Add
era.
more, get
Participate
more,
in the
save
Protect
more.
Guam movement
Go
by
to
wearing your
Pacific,
mask,
better
showcasing
together.
Guam's
Something
heroes,
different.
staying active, and downloading the
BK's
Guam Code
Steakhouse
Alert
King
app.
is back
Post
for a
and share
limited
your
time
content
only.
with us.
2
Use the
savory,
hashtag
flame
ProtectGuam,
grilled
and you could win
100% beef
$100.
patties
It's
topped
that
with creamy
simple. Check out
mayonnaise, crispy
visitguam.com
onions,
for
our
details.
signature steak
Let's
sauce,
reclaim our
smoky
lives, our
bacon,
economy,
American
and our
cheese, all
tourism
on a
industry.
toasted sesame seed bun. Top this off with French fries. The or relationship onion rings between and a Guam and refreshing Manila, Coke Philippines Zero. is Try our new undeniable Steakhouse as King. we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. One-stop printing for all your needs. Call us today. Located in Timoning across the Lupang Beach Tower. Call us at 649-4581. Victoria Printing and Graphics. Let us help you with your company printing needs. Trusted on Guam for 30 years.
648-7867 for more information.
Catch the link on
These
Breeze
are some of the signs
93.9
that
FM
someone is
every
thinking
weekday
about
morning from
suicide.
6 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Talking about
with
wanting to
simulcast
die,
Mondays on
excessive
TVN
guilt or
and
shame,
Tuesdays through
and feeling
Fridays
like a
on
burden
TV
to
11
others.
from 6
Feeling
a.m. to 8
empty,
a.m. Chris
hopeless,
and
trapped,
Sabrina
or having
connect
no
you
reason to
with
live.
the latest news
Feeling
and
extremely
information of the
sad,
day. The
anxious,
Link, only on the
agitated, or
stations,
full of rage
networks,
with
and digital
unbearable
media of
emotional or
KUAM
physical
Communications.
pain.
Presented by
Other signs
ITD
include
and
changing
Calvo
behavior, such
Enterprises
as
Inc.
making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
The Link. Join the conversation now with
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Good morning, Guam. Hold on, Jay. Yes, sir.
I have a burning question.
Okay.
I am never gonna disparage anybody who takes care of their lawn. I think that's wonderful and everything. But what is the appeal these days of people wanting to mow their lawn, air quotes, by using like the weed whacker?
What do you mean?
Like everybody mows like their entire lawn by using like like the bush cutter.
Okay,
and
first, have you ever mowed a lawn
I
before?
have mowed a lawn. I use the push mower, like the non-motorized push mower. That's tough work.
Yeah.
With the intertwining blades.
Let me just...
I mean,
lawnmower doesn't get the edges. Okay, so the bush cutter, you can go into a lawn that can be mowed and you could bush cut it. And then you could also manicure all the edges. I come from a landscaping background, guys.
That's true. So it's for precision, basically.
It's just basically what a mower can't catch, a bush cutter can, and a bush cutter can do the same thing that a mower can do.
But are you willing to give up
Say that 3 times.
Yeah.
Are you willing to give up 9 hours of your
mower can't
life
catch
to do
it,
that
bush
and what
cutter
you could do with
It's
a...
therapeutic,
What a mower
Jason.
can't catch, but a bush cutter can.
It's therapeutic, Jay. I spent a lot of hours bush cutting, and let me tell you, there's nothing to do but think about things.
I used
Over
to
that
know the lawn.
and you're just like, oh, I shouldn't
Yeah,
have
but
done that.
it takes like half the day to do it when you could... when you could-
Exactly.
you
That
could
way you
crank
don't
it
got to
out
deal
and-
with your annoying relatives. You're like, I'm going to go bush cut. And they're like, okay, see you next week.
Okay, did you also cut Japanese grass?
Okay, now Japanese grass, it's a tricky with the mower because
Yeah.
if you hit it too hard, it's going to tangle under the thing. So the bush cutter, you just don't get down in there. It's a whole art, dude. Honestly, that's, you know those like the bonsai trees?
Yeah.
The bush cutting is a lot like that. I mean, you don't just go in there. It's an art form.
But
It's
is
about
it-
restraint. You don't just jam it down in there.
Let's see what the LT prefers.
He's a mower.
Your riding mower?
Riding mower.
I never tried a riding mower. I always wanted to operate that, but honestly, if you want to know I probably should talk to Bert Johnson. I want to learn how to operate that excavator. I know this is way beyond your lawn care, but
That's
if I'm going
fun.
to operate heavy equipment, I want to operate that.
That's a fun thing to do to operate the excavator.
Ooh,
And you know
I
that
see a link on location in our
Yeah.
future.
I'm going to be looking like Uncle Carl, the little hard hat.
There are mini ones too, so I thought, wow, this is even less dangerous. Maybe
The Bobcat, yeah.
We should do that.
Welcome
Yeah.
back, Chris.
Thank you, LT. I didn't know I was going to be talking about bush cutting this morning. Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm here all week, as far as I know.
Anytime Jason says, I have a burning question, prepare for some like totally random left field stuff. Yeah, but Jay, it's
Says the guy who was talking about mayonnaise during the commercial
I'm
break
just
for 7
saying,
straight
if
minutes.
you mow a lawn with the lawnmower, like I said, you're not going to get the edges where it meets the concrete, so it's just easier to just bush cut the whole thing. Yeah, it takes longer, but you end up with a better cut. But it also depends on the kind of grass you have,
That's true.
right? Because most of our yards
You also
are
have to
weeds.
protect your trees too,
Right,
because
yeah.
you might
Well, you-
end up.
Well, you know how the kids these days, like on Instagram and on Snapchat, they always hashtag their stuff with like oddly satisfying. I swear, if you find like a big swath of like sakati and everything like that, and you just go through it with a bush, that's oddly satisfying.
I'm telling you, it's therapeutic.
Yep.
There's nothing. I mean, when you get around, like LT is saying, the trees with your bush cutter, it's just like living on the edge. You're like, oh man, I don't know how many times I got my grandma's flower. Ooh boy.
Ooh.
Risk. 8:25. Let's get into the Zoom room where Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio joins us for our Standing Tuesday. Good morning, LT.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning, Guam.
Where are we starting? What's the latest? I know you've got an update, probably on a ton of things. So go ahead.
Actually, I know that they're expanding. Right now, I understand the line at Okudu very well. There's still a lot of capacity there, and of course, Southern starts tomorrow. But I think the big point this week is expanding the locations for the vaccination. And of course, we're ready and waiting for our January allotment of the vaccines. Where I understand we're estimating that to receive about 15,000 doses between the two companies or the two products. But we're going to try, and the governor and Art St. Augustine have made a request to up that number based on the demand that we see in the community. So I think that it'll just continue to be expanding. And this week, Department of Education and Public Health are sitting down to further refine their strategies for testing. Actually, they're doing testing this week, but then for also vaccination clinics to be run by Department of Education. Those are all sort of the things that we're trying to work on as we look to return to face-to-face next weekend. And as we look to a change to PCOR 2, I would tell you that I would likely be able to get that done at the end of the week. I know that that's the governor's discussion, and still optimistic about the cases, but we are closely identifying and looking at some of the cases and some of the areas that these folks have been to try and make sure that we don't leave ourselves open. So there's some work on that as well. Other than that, I think this week Governor made a decision not to attend the inauguration, which I think is probably a good decision.
Right.
I'm still, to be honest with you, every day when I wake up and at night, I'm still monitoring the situation in the states and thinking about what this all means for us and what the next few days are going to mean. It's I think I said it last week, right? It's the most dangerous time. And I had no idea that we'd really be in this place where the Capitol was under siege. And I'm just still bothered by that. But
what do you think it means, though, LT, when you say you're looking at what it means to Guam and, our neck of the jungle? What does all that action on the Capitol mean
so
for us?
really, it comes down to the stability of the government and trying to. It's puzzling how there could be such a security breach in the Capitol like that. Everybody's talking about that, and is it incompetence? Is it complicity? Is it misjudgment of the dangerous situation? But as days go by, I think we learn more things that clearly there were many instances where it could have been intercepted. But what I think it means, for me, just the volume of people that are willing to do that throughout the country means that there's a security issue, I think, that we have. So for me, what it means for Guam, it's stability, but also making sure that that our government, our civilian government, is going to be able to operate. And are we going to be in a new normal where we're going to be operating under duress? There's when we got we've been keeping in touch with some of the security briefings and the folks here, just trying to map it out so that we can make decisions about whether or not we participate. And there's even some of these radical groups that are against women. They in particular are targeting women leaders. There's others that in particular are targeting LGBTQ elected leaders. So it is cause for alarm. Do we have those elements on Guam? I'm not sure, but I know that there's a good portion of people that, based on social media, they've been consuming, extended family members, friends that you see on social media making some interesting comments. It's
kind of surprising. It's surprising, right, LT? When I was scrolling my Facebook feed, and a lot of people I didn't even know they had political views at all, and then to just see them kind of regurgitating a lot of stuff on both sides, I think it's really interesting.
Even with this QAnon movement and that kind of stuff, and people subscribing to that, even within our realm here, on Guam, I'm seeing it. So it's a time, of course, to try and be unified, be on the same page, to do our work. But it's a time also to be aware of what's happening and how easily sometimes when we see these social media feeds or the craziness, we kind of ignore it, we laugh at it, but it's definitely not funny anymore because there are people that have been manipulated by this. So I've been watching it very intently. I'm balancing that with the demand for vaccination and the different methods in which we needed to improve and expand the vaccination options, and then trying to make sure that we look towards school and try and address the concerns. Parents are, of course, still fearful about the situation that their children are coming in. So they're making decisions about what's going to be best for their families when they decide to go to school. But it seems mixed. There's a lot of teachers. I met one teacher last night who's very motivated about getting back to school. I swore in the Inarajan Municipal Planning Council last night in a very brief, small ceremony. And one of them was a teacher, and he told me that, I was asking him how it is to be a teacher during this period of time where they're doing distance education. He said it's very, very hard. I've been hearing this from relatives who are teachers, where they, there are those where they're logged on, but nobody's on the screen, or, the amount of education support is definitely the least, this situation that we're in, we're really going to have to work hard to try and get the kids caught up to where they were supposed to be, and it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
But there's going to be some opportunities coming down, I think. So in addition to all of the support for internet that is wrapping up, there's going to be additional federal support for education stabilization. It's going to be even more money than we received in the first round.
Yeah.
So I'm meeting with the superintendent at 10 o'clock, and then we'll begin our planning to try and figure out what we can do to also improve and focus in on school-based health. So one of the things that I just wanted to put on, one of the jobs that Felix Cabrera has, he's going to be the supervising physician for all the school health counselors throughout the Guam public school system. And that's going to allow the school nurses to be able to do a bit more than what they're already doing, because they will have a physician that is supervising them. And then we'll be able to try and establish some parameters for some more school-based health. And one of the things that we're looking at actively with the superintendent is trying to focus in on those schools that are servicing those neighborhoods where we saw the rate of infection multiply so much faster than other places, and how it means that there's likely little to no medical attention being placed, especially on the children and then the families. So the big goal for us for this is to try and design a way for the school-based health counselors to be a bit to be more directly able to refer children and families to enroll in the government's medical programs. Now, of course, I think it was last week where we learned that federal government has now reestablished eligibility for FAS citizens to be part of Medicaid.
Right.
And this is part of a movement that we saw advocated by the states of Hawaii, states of Washington, states of Oregon, Arkansas, that have high numbers of FAS folks that were being paid for by local programs that were created. So this is another area that we're starting to look into. We'll be finding out what the plans are for enrollment. And of course, we have, right now, Guam is operating under an expanded Medicaid cap and amount until September 30th. What we asked when the governor submitted a couple months ago a report to Congress, we're laying the foundation to make sure we maintain that share of Medicaid that we're getting for Guam. That's all going to be very important to all these longstanding issues with payments at the hospital and payments for a lot of the medical providers. This is, if done right and we're able to sustain it, this is going to be a tremendous help for that. So we're living in the pandemic, and there's a big intersect between education and healthcare, and we're still kind of unraveling that. The teachers still have to be activated. They're probably coming up next for the vaccination, and it's going to be school-based officials, both in public and private schools, that would be eligible for this. And this week is a lot of work preparing for that. And I'm hopeful that as soon as those vaccines land, we'd be able to immediately begin the operation of vaccinating the school-based staff.
We also heard from Jess Garcia, the bus drivers too are possibly in line.
Right. Yes, yes. If you have a physical interaction with children, then this is for sure. I mean, we're going to include the daycare centers. That's definitely part of it. Just like how public health has been pushing out the home visits, it's also important for the folks that are bedridden or stuck at home that are going to be vaccinated, for their caregivers to get that as well. And that's part of all the expansion and of the vaccination program right now. I'll just say this, that I think that the interest is picking up, and by the time it comes to our age, then, we'll be able to get that done together. I was going to do it with the superintendent, but I thought he's probably going to get it done before me because of the need to vaccinate everybody that deals with kids.
Right.
We'll do it live on the show.
Yeah.
We'll all go together.
I was having a conversation with my young guns, my younger kids last week, and it's just really unfortunate. Obviously, that's an understatement of the year that the pandemic hit, because I feel like the round of test results that had come out from DOE about the standardized tests, there were some real bright spots that our kids had really turned the corner on some areas they used to have trouble in. And so I was just thinking that having them be out of school for so long and then do this hybrid online type of teaching, which everybody seems to agree is not as good as the face-to-face.
No, not.
Yeah, I think that kids
Definitely
they're really going to be struggling with the motivation to get back in school, whether it's face-to-face next week or face-to-face next school year. Like my girl Callie was saying that she wants to go back to school because she misses getting stickers, right? So just something as simple as doing a good job and being rewarded for it, right? And then my boy Channing, who's just always been into going to class and doing his schoolwork, he's kind of struggling with being motivated to go back to school. I think they just found a level where, I mean, especially for students who are a little brighter, I think they're just steamrolling right through this online stuff. You know what I mean? They've got it down. It's been a few months where they just do their assignments and check it out, and then it's time to go play, which is not the same as a regular school day, because obviously you're in there for, a pretty long time. So how big of a challenge do you think that's going to be? And any of those funds that you guys are getting going to kind of addressing these, I don't want to call them mental health issues, but it is what it is.
The answer, I think, should be yes. So we'll kick off the planning for the expansion this morning when we meet. But I'm already thinking about how we need to be able to, how we should be able to staff these community learning centers that we're bringing up online, and perhaps have options for the summer for us to provide some in-person assistance, in-person instruction, face-to-face, and give that as options for the summer so that we can try and recover additional time. We're going to be able to study this in many ways, right? How we do things and what the impact is. I've been thinking that the impact of this pandemic on the world, and especially here in our community with the kids, is going to be longer. It's going to take some time, but I tell you, I'm not sure if you caught this a few months ago, but DOE, GCC, and UOG have launched a very multi-year, I think it's a 5 to 7 year study. It's called their longitudinal, I hope I'm pronouncing that, I might be wrong.
Well, no one around here knows, so you're good.
But what they're doing is they're able to track they're looking at factors that are helping student achievement, parental involvement, poverty, health, and they're going to track it for years. So we're going to know, but kind of like long term, what's going to happen and how we need to help. But in the short term, it's going to be providing the additional assistance at the homes, and I'm thinking that it's likely going to be expanding options for face-to-face assistance. It could be instruction, but what I'm thinking also is it's going to be homework assistance. It might be tutoring, and we're going to probably have to push this out to every village and have options. So I'm thinking that that's going to be the next phase. That's my thinking right now. We'll talk to the superintendent and figure out how we align, and then I'll start speaking with the private schools, because this assistance will go to them as well. The objective here is to stabilize education as much as we can in this kind of environment.
This meeting and this additional funding, are you talking about the $140 million in new relief funding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. So it's going to be 110, I believe. I just found this out right before you came up. We came on, so it's going to be 110, I guess, over to DOE, and 33 million here with the under the governor's authority. So our agreement has always been to align what we're doing with the other education agencies and to try and figure out how to give them the tools to help. The other idea I have is whether or not we need to hire additional healthcare staff to help the teachers, certified nurse assistants, things like that. To help the nurses, because a lot of the nurses are telling me that in addition to this pandemic, they're normally the ones that intercept or catch certain things, including CPS reports. A lot of the CPS complaints come from school. And I'll tell you this, the last month, I've been drilling down heavily on CPS and their numbers, and even getting DYA involved and their staff to help that group make sure that they catch up on their cases. And I think because there's a law and there haven't been home visitations, including in the school system, and I don't know if you caught that in that last executive order, we made it clear that social workers and human services folks go out. And there was a reason. Part of it was to get us to get into the homes to find the kids that are that haven't been signed up. And I think probably when you speak to the superintendent tomorrow, is going to give you some, it looks like that has worked and there's going to be some progress. But it also has to do with, these child welfare cases that have sort of been on hold, but the abuse likely is continued with the kids. So we have a lot of work to do to catch up. You saw that horrible case charged just the other day. There's a lot of kids that need the help. So there's different things too. I just, and this is sort of an intersect with the homelessness stuff. Up there at the Sister Bridget home in Barragata Heights, there is additional infrastructure that's being installed so that we can have adequate water pressure to get that operation moving. And I had the Director of Public Works meet with former First Lady Christine Calvo, who is leading the Regalu Foundation, who is our partner in getting that place up. And I just want to say I'm very grateful that she and her volunteers and Catholic Social Services in many ways are mobilizing to try and get that up. But that's not all we need. We need more options, as she noted when she was, the First Lady. So those are areas. I think a lot of work on children in the next, from this time to come, not only in the education side, but trying to provide for their safety. I have been having a hard time. I'm not feeling that good about the level of that, that so much time has passed and there have been so many kids in the child welfare system that, the operation has been sort of interrupted. And every time I've talked to church leaders and others, I've been asking them to recruit foster parents or consider expanding some of the programs and services that they have.
Yeah, that was a very, you're talking about this Garrido woman. There was another case very similar to it, I think just a couple months before in Talafofo.
Yes.
I remember with the parents, and then there was a photo of them circulating next to a picture of a Lamborghini, which I thought was ironic. But yeah, that's definitely something that, as we kind of pivot towards recovery, right? There's a lot of things that were stood down because of the pandemic, and I think it's a good priority.
And even we just had DYA Director Melanie Brennan on last week, and she was talking about the reentry program that they're trying to stand up. So everybody's all, working toward that goal to help our youth. And I just like talking about what's happening at DYA because they're children, youth that have, they've committed crimes, but they're, trying to give them hope and get them on that track to a better life. So, hopefully
the lives that we could save as opposed to getting them in a pipeline over to DOC, which is definitely something that we need to try and prevent from happening. Yeah, no, I'm just grateful Lonnie's over there, and she's doing that stuff. But I do have to say that there's a lot more work she knows, and I know because we've been doing this even at the court, that there's a tremendous amount of work that still needs to happen. And for us to try and step it up, because we are in a crisis situation because of the pandemic, but there are children that were in a crisis situation prior to the pandemic, and we need to try and get access into them so we can help them. Yeah, no, that's something that I've been thinking about, and I'm working on a lot right now.
I wanted to bend your ear about this bill that Senator Moylan has introduced.
There's a couple of bills that have been introduced. The first one was the Chris Duenas bill, and a couple other senators that sponsored that, and that's regarding the Emergency Health Powers Act. And after 30 days, the Emergency Public Health Declaration would be moot, and if the governor wanted to extend it, she would have to make her case basically to the legislature. So we'll start there. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I think that this is likely aligned with a lot of attempts throughout the country that have been out there trying to limit the authority of the governors to go in and intercept on health. So, I'd like to understand their rationale. So if there is an emergency and it remains, and because of politics or policy, they decide not to extend it, how do they want us to operate the health emergency? And I'm wondering how they feel, or how do they, how does a policy like that coexist with the statutory obligation of the governor to protect and provide for the public health of the people of Guam? Those are legal issues. I'd like to hear their perspective. Those are good people over there. Chris, I like him a lot, sings in the choir. So obviously he cares about the community, but I want to understand how this is going to, how does he see that helping the situation we're in right now? And I do have to say we're in a very good situation right now, but as we know, it could change on us in a minute. And the pandemic is definitely far from over with all these new strains and variants. That are happening.
What about the deputy directors? I mean, new year, still trying to take those deputy director positions. I don't know.
It would unfund the deputy director positions effective October of this year,
right?
If enacted.
This is an old trick that gets this thing has been going on for 20 years. Yeah. We're gonna, I think they'll just have to go and examine what these deputies do. Ask Lori Duenas at Public Health and Terry Uggan, who are both professionals, longstanding experts in the field of nursing and social service. What are they doing to help us advance and move forward? There's Jesse Garcia, who you guys know is one of the best operations guy in the government. So you really, I think those are, it's their discretion. If they want to defund, they don't need a legislation to do it. They just have to reduce the amount of the agency's budget. But it's going to be up to us, the executive, to determine how best our staffing is going to be supported by the funds that they appropriate. They've been there. I don't believe that they can abolish deputy directors legally and statutorily. That's not within their realm. Their realm is to appropriate funds. And if they don't believe that the deputy director should be supported, then they would reduce the budget. They've already reduced the operating budget of the government of Guam, but that's kind of my position on that.
Well, there is an AG opinion by former AG Elizabeth Barrett Anderson. I'll pull that up, later.
But I mean, for every Jess Garcia or Terry Uggan, there's a Frank Leon Guerrero, someone who these positions were, and the deputy. Let's just be real with each other. The deputy positions.
Frank Leon Guerrero, you know why he's there? Because he has a law enforcement background. There's a lot of compliance areas in revenue tax that we think are going to be improved in motor vehicle, in weights and measurements, even in tax collection and tax enforcement. You know that the criminal tax collectors are deputized as deputy marshals when they go and seize property to sell. So there's so many different things that even in revenue tax is very important and good to have somebody with a law enforcement background down. Last year they sent 6 tax collectors to the Federal Law Enforcement Academy in Georgia. So there is a tie that might not be so obvious to people that, I feel that is going to be helpful.
Right. Well, thanks for clarifying that, because on its surface, it kind of looks like another one of those, you ran, you lost, well, we got a job for you anyway. And I think that's where where some of these senators are coming from. Right.
Hey, that's their prerogative, and then they should go back and take a look at their records when they were in the executive branch as deputy directors or directors, and let us know how the role of that job has evolved or devolved since they were in those jobs. Mm-hmm. I think, it's their right. They can definitely go and introduce bills, but, based on, if you've been observing it, you pointed out Attorney General's legal opinion, there's even court cases in separation of power cases going back to the time when I worked for Governor Gutierrez, where the Ways and Means Committee at that time went and line itemed deputy directors from the budgets, and they were thrown out. So, I mean,
You're right. I mean, it's something that comes up every year, right? But I mean, I think is there another way we could trim the fat or, cut costs if we're not going to get rid of the deputies?
And let me also say, they're bringing this up for using a bill to bring up these issues so they can have further examination. Totally, I respect that right. That's definitely within their realm. Right. And it's up to us to make the case and to prove to the legislature why those deputy directors are important for their operations. Even in EPA, Michelle Razzo is a career government employee, both at environmental health, over at public health, and inside EPA. So we've chosen people in there to try and help. Even the deputy of Parks and Rec, Vic Villagomez, who spent 10 years over at the MTM mayor's office, has a different eye for recreational areas and for parks than somebody else that didn't. So, they'll have to, I'd see it as an opportunity to scrutinize it, and, people will decide. But in the end, can they legally do it? I don't think they can legally do that.
So in the end, it's basically stay in your lane.
No, I don't think it's stay in your lane, but part of the job of the legislature is make sure we stay in our lane too, right? There is the checks and balances, and that I see that's part of the check, but they also need to be balanced. It's kind of like the Republicans that went after the Biden election last week, right? That was part of this insurrection. Did they have to do it? No. Did they want to do it? Yes, because it spoke to their political backers, and this is what I would say certain part of the population want to see. They don't want to see big government, or they don't want to see people that are in these positions. That's fair, but is it going to result in something? Mm-hmm. Not in this case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's some of the things we have been hearing from the 36 is reorganization. We did have the speaker and the majority leader or whip, Talina Nelson, on, and they were talking about looking at, cutting expenses, cutting luxuries in the government of Guam. And one of the examples they gave, Senator Nelson, was
Hagåtña revitalization.
HRRA.
Right, yeah. Which we got to get Lassie on about that, because is the HRA a luxury, LT?
I think that, I guess it's a priority. So if Hagåtña revitalization is not their priority, that's fine, but it's other people's priorities, right? Yeah. There is a need and a desire for us to try and get back into this capital and operate it much more than it already has because of the situation. In fact, the opportunity is coming up soon. The Army Corps is doing a remapping of the flood zone that's going to likely enable additional construction that could happen in the capital city. So, they'll have to make their decisions, and if they want to defund that, then it goes before the body, and then we'll take a look at it in the legislation. That's within their right. They do determine the priorities. Don't get me wrong.
I'd love to get to the real dialogue, because it's like what happens is they say, "Oh, get rid of the deputies," and then you guys come back with, "That's not going to work. We have an opinion. We're not getting rid of any deputies." And then they say, "Oh, well, HRA is the luxury." And then you guys come back and say, "Oh, no, it's not."
Right, but I think there's also maybe even an opinion at the AG's office on reorganization and who can and cannot reorganize the government.
Because I just don't know how sustainable it's going to be to maintain this, work the number of people in the government of Guam. And I know they're people, they're not just numbers, but to maintain them in this economy that we're looking at for this year. So obviously something's got to be cut. And
obviously that's true. And of course, the federal assistance is there to stabilize local and state and territorial governments and tribal governments. But we're going to have to do our work on the economic side to prepare for the return of tourists and for a boom. I'll just tell you, each time that we had SARS, we had the Asian economic crisis. Even each time we've had a serious event that caused a lot of pain for a short period of time, the rebound was excellent. And people that stayed, that are in the long term here, know that this is a good, stable place. You see that yesterday with that Taiwan flight. You already see a lot of interest in Taiwan to expand the business and now social ties that there are. And then, let's face it, this is still, no matter what, when travel returns, being on a 3-hour flight from Tokyo to get some sun and in a safe place is always going to be worth good money. We just have to be able to track our way there. And of course, take advantage of and try and figure out and predict the new normals in travel. And there will always be new business opportunities with that.
Did we catch up on OHAP?
No, not yet. But I wanted to ask about just back to GDOE real quickly on the vaccine. Well, you said the vaccination's likely next week, but I wanted to ask on whether or not GDOE public schools will be offering up any sort of rapid testing for COVID.
Yeah, no, that's that is our whole mission and intent. And I believe that the working plan, and of course this is not finalized because there's the planners and the DOE folks are still refining it. The plan is to have rapid testing available at all times to school staff.
Okay.
DOE, even the private schools, those are all things that are in and I think what they've been looking at is looking at having testing capacity within each of the 4 districts as part of their management. So yeah, that is the goal. That you should assume that yes, it's just a matter of time. In fact, they're doing some training this week on testing right now. So everything is in order to get that done.
Okay, so then OHAP. I know Sarah, I didn't get to listen in on the whole meeting last week, but she was talking about some sort of recommendation or plan that she was going to give to all the members, and then when you guys met again, you were going to, you discuss it. So what plan is this? Is this like a safety and security plan?
She hasn't given it to us yet, but I understand her plan definitely is, and she's on the hunt looking for a better and a more appropriate facility that is going to be more conducive to children and families. Well, the Global Dorm doesn't have any outdoor spaces. It really is a motel that we've recovered to try and provide stabilization for the families there while they try and get into longer term places. But it's not something that we feel that building in particular is going to really meet the demands of what we believe there should be, because there should be areas for the children, including to support their education and sometimes even to support childcare in order for these parents to stabilize, get classes, sometimes it might be get therapy and get addiction treatment, and sometimes just even basic getting the job. So she's looking at it from that way as an appropriate place, and she's out on the hunt right now as we continue this very, very discouraging saga of procurement.
I just got to ask, because I know Sarah's got a wealth of experience, and she's going to be heading OHAP now. And she's also the Democratic Party chair. I saw you guys picked her up for $80,000 a year. Is that justified, LT, in your opinion?
Yeah, based on her professional experience and her qualifications and what the nonprofit world would be paying her to run a program. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I think you're right, though. I mean, people are like, she's part of I think in this case, we had to look and make sure that we recognize that we're getting somebody with a career in human services as opposed to somebody that at this point in her life became involved in chairing our party. And the term's only 2 years for the party chair. She's already halfway into it, but the bigger calling for her is to help us with this population. That's what her life has been dedicated to.
What's the timeline then on moving out of that Global Dorm and finding, this could easily stretch into months like we saw last year, right?
It could. I don't know what the timeline is. For me, the timeline is yesterday, meaning that at the soonest, and in compliance with all the government rules in trying to acquire a facility, but we'd like to get them at the soonest.
Go ahead.
When you were last on, you mentioned that riot that had occurred over at the Global Dorms, and we heard it was a mix of some minors that possibly were residing at Global Dorms, and then kids from the neighborhood. And you mentioned safety and security being one of the priorities. And then you also mentioned that, one of the things that Sarah wants to address is, a place that's more conducive for, youth to have more things to do. So what was the outcome of discussions regarding that particular issue?
That's ongoing right now. That's why I'm saying that's what I mean when she's out on the hunt, trying to identify best options. And of course, there's other things moving at the same time in terms of we're also trying to, the National Guard and Public Works are trying to repair some units that the Guam Housing Corporation has that normally could be used for emergency housing, especially for fire victims. We still have 3 rooms up there that are filled with victims of fire that lost their home. So that's part of it, trying to get them a stable place to call home for now as we stabilize their lives.
Where is the OHAP office going to be located?
Yeah, so the OHAP office is supposed to be, and we're waiting, it's supposed to be right upstairs from the Mayor's Council in Agana, but their contract for rental is still pending, so we can't get in yet. They're the ones, basically, if you remember, this OHAP is supposed to be under the Mayor's Council, and the Mayor's Council said, listen, it needs to be elevated. But they had renewed their lease and put in additional space for the OHAP. And so we told them that we would definitely want to be there because there's 2 things going. There's also an investment that we're lining up to make with the mayor's offices to give them a case management system so they can track all our residents when they give how you have to get verifications of residents in order for some of the entitlement programs for Guam ID. So the idea is to try and get that, and we can also use the mayors to certify the homeless within their village. And so it makes sense that we would be near the Mayor's Council just to try and make sure that we respond to their referrals very fast.
Hey, what's up with the old legislature building? We had Shannon from the Ethics Commission on yesterday, and if you could just maybe a reaction to the news that she had that we're still several months away, and I mean, I know it's been a couple years since you guys were sworn in, several months away from being able to stand up, people being able to file those ethics complaints. And then she said that they're also out of an office now. I know that there had been talks to put them at that old legislature building. Are you aware of any updates with that?
I need to get an update on it. It's the first time I heard that they're out of office, because I thought that they were supposed to, at least in the startup, be with the Civil Service Commission. And so that was part of it. But as I understand it, that building, I think maybe 90% of it is going to be with public health. DS is right next door. They have over at the Terlahi building. There's a bunch of public health offices there. So I believe that's where they're headed. Which sections, I'm not sure. I haven't received a back brief on that yet, but I'll find out definitely. Okay. But as I understand it, it's going to be for public health, except for vital statistics, because Agana is in the floodway, and it's not a good idea to put your important records in the flood zone, I guess, and that it's near the coast, so it's not smart. But yeah, for the most part, I understand it's going to be public health.
And then lastly, I wanted to ask about, I know that we had Chief Ignacio on, and we're getting Sarge Tapao on a little bit, but he had said that he was going to be meeting with FSM community leaders to talk about increased crystal meth usage in that community and some of the things that are alarming him and raising the department's eyebrows. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I would be very alarmed, definitely. I'll listen to what Paul says and talk to the chief. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about that. But if they're already picking that up and they're seeing it noticeably in their arrests, then it's methamphetamine has been one of the biggest enemies of our community, right, for 30 years. So having this get into this minority community where they already have a lot of challenges with poverty and with involvement in the criminal system, it's not a good thing. So yeah, I'll do my part to help on that part. Expanding access to drug treatment, drug rehab, drug programming, that's where it is. And I know that when I was at the court, some of the coursework for folks that were battling, at least on the alcohol front, were translated into Chuukese. And so using Chuukese as the dominant language to help, and I think recruiting police officers that are Chuukese speaking is another area that's going to help try and get alternate paths and help us reach that community. Those are all things I would say. Yeah. You know, when you see a minority community with that much involvement in the justice system, then it requires a response that's balanced with the law enforcement response, but also goes into the community. And so I think this is where, you know, Paul's done a lot of work with some of the groups with sports, right? GPD has, like, they have basketball camps, all sorts of stuff that with Manyetlu, that's how we get out of it. And I think how we're recovering sports fields in this year, that's going to help, I think, with places for folks to go.
Just real quick, LT, we had a comment. Is there an update on the women's treatment center?
Yeah, you know what? It's supposed to, I need to find out from Ray Tapasnia. There was supposed to be a groundbreaking, and that groundbreaking was postponed. So I need to find out what's going on. Is that with the applicant or with the permitting? I know at one point there was a permitting issue a while back, but I'll find out. I'm interested in getting that off the ground very much.
Okay, LT. Thank you for your time.
Just again, P Court 2 by the end of this week.
I'm forecasting that. I would think that maybe by Friday we would do that. We haven't. That's not a final. You know, things can always change, but based on how we've been managing this in the last few months, I would think that Friday might be the time.
Should we anticipate bars being allowed to open?
Not by Friday, but I think but I think it's very possible that there'll be maybe additional occupancy the governor's looking at for some places. So we'll see. Okay. Still under discussion.
Thank you, LT.
All right, thanks. Good morning,
be
Paul.
safe. All right, and we'll just take a quick break, but just kind of wanted to add on to what we were discussing with the FSM community. I think what's really alarming is what I think it really shows is there's just so much meth on Guam that the price has dropped so low that there's a whole new cross-section of the community that can now afford, if you will, to be smoking ice. And I mean, it's tragic. And
right. And I think what the chief was also saying, that it's not just the amount of the fact that they found, the drugs there, but it may have been in quantities that could kind of hint that they're not just involved with using, but distributing.
Well, there you go. And we got the Guam Police Department Sergeant Paul Tapao coming up right after the break. Again, this is The Link on The Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Come one, come all. Interesting conversation with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Covered just about every issue. Interesting to me was when we were talking about the deputy directors, because there was some appointments made. I think they were announced a couple weeks ago, but then one of them was that they brought failed senatorial candidate Frank Leon Guerrero over to the Department of Rev and Tax. And I've always been kind of, I mean, unless you're tailor-made for a position, right? Like, I could easily have seen him going to maybe GPD because he was a U.S. Marshal. I mean, it's right, you know, apples and apples. But I've always had a problem with these people who run for senator and lose, which in itself is almost a rejection from the people. And then they just turn around and get a higher paying position with the government of Guam. It is what it is. I mean, you know, Eddie did it, Uncle Carl did it, everybody does it. But that doesn't make it right. And so I thought it was interesting how the lieutenant governor was able to spin that into he actually is a relevant hire for that position because of his background in law enforcement. I'm not sure, though, if I'm entirely convinced his knowledge of the tax law, you know, warrants him getting that position. But it's not even him getting that position. It's like, so you had Michelle Santos as the deputy of Rev and Tax. She was moved to be the banking and insurance commissioner, which came with a $10,000 raise. And then they put Frank Leon Guerrero, a relative newbie, at DRT, which is a crucial and critical agency. I don't know how much time we have to be training, you know, people who are not familiar with what it takes to be at Rev and Tax. And then, so you had that. Then you had Sarah Netty Dog getting hired for $80,000, which, I mean, the lieutenant governor said it's on the up and up. It's justified. She does have a social work background. And then another thing they were able to do was they got the former assistant chief procurement officer, Dave Cruz. And this is the same guy who ran with former Senator Dennis Rodriguez as his lieutenant governor candidate. So he was, I didn't even know he was at the procurement office. So he went from the procurement office over to Adelup to head the recovery office, and that came with a $10,000 raise. So I'm just saying, it is what it is. We've got, you know, tens of thousands of people without work, and the government of Guam continues to hire people at what I feel are these, I mean, let's just face it, $80,000 a year, really? I mean, yeah, Sarah's got the pedigree of the social work, but I just feel like if it's going to be an all-hands-on-deck kind of thing, we just kind of need to remember that public service is about serving the public, and it's just, I think it's a bad look. I think it's a bad look when we got people out of work, but the government of Guam continues to hire people at salaries that, you know, a lot of people never get a shot to earn, and it's all because they're political. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like they're hiring somebody who wasn't, you know, political. These are all political people. 9/17, Tuesday, January 12th, the year of our Lord 2021. Let's head back into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have Guam Police Department Sergeant Paul Tapao. Good morning, Sarge.
Hey, off a day.
Hey.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I know. I haven't seen you since last year. You lost weight.
That's because I've been bush cuttering.
Hey, let me. Your team bush cutter, right?
Yeah, I'm that's my therapeutic is when I get into my bush cutter mode, I become a bush cutter. So
Right, yeah, bush cutter. And you're right. I mean, it's like you don't have time to think about anything because you're just in your world with that. And I've solved all my problems a lot with bush cutter.
You talked about Japanese grass, so my lawn is littered with Japanese. It is Japanese grass. It's the top grass, and you can't run a gas-powered mower because the blade will get done with the grass. So, getting that right nylon string, it's always, when you take a look back, and Jason doesn't take 9 hours, dude.
Doesn't, Jay? You must be doing it wrong. Maybe he was holding the bush cutter upside down.
That was a great conversation. That was a good segue into where we are now.
Let's seg into this kind of, we talked about with Lieutenant Governor a little bit about, and I know Chief Ignacio is kind of on this meeting with the FSM community leaders because he's alarmed at the prevalence of crystal meth in that community. What can you tell us about that, Sarge?
So, he did, I think last week when he was on discussing about where we are, with the vaccination of our police officers, and of course, a few other cases. One was with the Chitaro, case that happened in Tamuning with all the apprehensions for hindering. And he did, allude to the fact that, during the course of our detectives rounding up those that were a part of, who provided assistance to Chitaro, that aided him with to evade apprehension. We've uncovered really something that we've been tracking with the Guam Police Department, and in hopes that it doesn't break through that mainstream of drug use and drug dependency, and understanding that we've uncovered some telltale signs that crystal methamphetamine is now within the FSM community. And a very proactive approach that was taken by Chief Ignacio along with Major Manny Chung and Major Kirigua, who's assigned to who oversees the operations, or I'm sorry, is the Bureau Chief for Investigations, and of course Major Manny is the acting police commander. They had a sit down with the FSM consulate and of course her staff, and really bringing the awareness level in where we are and understanding how it's evolved now, the dependency and the use of crystal methamphetamine within our FSM community. So the meeting with the Consulate General was really an awareness and preparing and understanding how we can actually work together. And again, this is all in line with the Guam Police Department's effort. And I really do have to applaud Chief Stephen Ignacio's proactive approach in addressing this. And our department has been aligning itself and posturing with various non-government organizations, in which the Lieutenant Governor had mentioned Minielo and Micronesian Resource Center. We've been working with them for the past 3 years in providing an outlet. And just when things were coming to fruition as to where we are going, I had a conversation with the executive director of Minielo, Ms. Sam Taitano, and discussed in depth about where we can actually charter now the partnership and with the Guam Police Department, Minielo, and Micronesian Resource Center in more of a prevention through education with our FSM community, because it really is, how do we prevent our youth from gravitating towards that, and working with that's the mechanism in which we are going to be utilizing. And through the pandemic, we've seen the challenges that we have faced with the Guam Police Department. But nonetheless, we've also solidified a partner with WestCare and the Drug-Free, the Thrive Coalition, in addressing issues, with drug dependency with our youth with Indetito. And we're posturing and aligning ourselves in addressing the greater community, or sort of say the debtor proper, and understanding what we can do as a community, and really prevention to education. So where we are now and how we move forward, it's really a matter of where the direction is going to take us in addressing this. And it is there. And, we've seen the graduating effects of drugs and dependency within our Micronesian community from where we were reporting the use and abuse of butane, household products, to where the gateway drugs, alcohol, tobacco, and, marijuana, which, for some reason we saw a high rise in the use of, butane to now where we are with, crystal methamphetamine. So this is really something to address. This is something that we need to take hold. And, we've been fostering, and, Chief Ignacio did mention that our street interdiction during the pandemic, we've seen a major uptick with, our patrol officers arresting individuals with possession. And it's really, how do we project forward, and how do we work in addressing this? And I think, the three-pronged approach is really prevention through education, street interdiction, and of course, recovery, and working closely with Department of Youth Affairs, working closely with Department of Correction, Sanctuary Guam, and all our nonprofit organization or a non-government organization. This is the steps in taking, but we still have to deal with the pandemic. Hopefully, with the adjustment with the PCOR level, we'll be able to see how we can map and, of course, deploy our resources with the Guam Police Department.
But Paul, at the same time, you talk about prevention. We've been hearing this for years about this war on drugs. It is an epidemic. I want to say a pandemic on Guam. We only have the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, maybe the Lighthouse Recovery Center. Do we even have enough resources to handle and address the drug pandemic on Guam? You guys can do so many prevention programs, but look, the FSM community, it's infiltrated their community despite all of the efforts you guys have been doing. I mean, what is it going to take to address the problem? Really?
So, I did mention the three-pronged approach, right? And this is where
we've been hearing about a three-pronged approach since the last administration.
I think we need 6 prongs.
6 prongs. Yeah. But, this is the steps in which we can actually start working on and taking, and it's really aligning and fostering how we can actually address this. I hear the frustration.
It's tearing families apart.
I too, I'm embedded in the community, and trust me, as we speak, your frustrations are great. This is where we develop ideas and come up with solution, and we can really solidify the community partnership. And it's going to take time. It really is. How do you get to a pandemic that deals with addiction? And that's always been the case, right? So, it's if you look at this analogy, when I started working in community affairs, the same question was asked when we did our presentations with the community, and really taking a step back and dissecting that. It's really we got to mitigate where we are now with the drugs, those that have been arrested, been convicted, and of course going through the system, mitigate them in some sort of recovery. Then we take another step back forward, and now we work towards prevention. How do we prevent our generation or the generation that's following in leading down that path? And it really falls down with prevention through education. It's going to take a lot of elbow grease, to get the wheels turning, but the work has to be done. There is no way around it. We can't just close our eyes and tap our feet 3 times and dream that there's no place like home, because in a realistic world, this is not going to happen. We have to work, and I want to assure the community that we continue to work in not just interdiction, with our street interdiction, with our SIS unit, but also in prevention. And this is where the Guam Police Department is really working within the community, and with both our government agencies that deal with rehabilitation and of course recovery, and working with our NGOs. So these are the steps, and like you and many other Guamanians, the frustration is there, because if you look at what happens with one person who's addicted to crystal methamphetamine, that addiction, that person may have a job.
Yeah.
And
but we're not just talking about crystal meth. We're talking about opioids. We're talking about cocaine.
you know, I mean, we need to prepare. We need to prepare for this. We need to start working in this. And like I said, we've been posturing for this, and we're going to continue to work. But if we understand the dynamics of work, and this is not just with addiction, it also deals with crime within our community. So if you look at a person who's addicted, you know, just either he starts developing a dependency, they lose their job, now they depend on their family, now it tears into that fabric of the family ties. You know, we start seeing domestic violence, we start seeing child abuse, because of the fact that the person who's addicted may no longer pay for rent, won't be able to provide for the family. You know, where do they go from there? They're going to gravitate towards committing crimes in their community. And this is where we see how drugs really tears through the fabric of society. So what do we do as an agency that does drug prevention, right? The Guam Police Department is really working with our government agencies, with our NGOs, and with you guys. You know, our partnership with WestCare, with the Thrive Coalition, we saw the opportunity where there were challenges with the pandemic. You know, How Do I Thrive campaign, we started that with the youth. We started that with the greater youth community in Dededo, where kids, you know, throughout the island are creating videos about spreading messages. And I think this is where the progression starts. We start working where we can make an impact and we can bring change. And if we can stop them from progressing towards that area, and we work towards mitigation, this is where we can actually I don't want to say a finger or put a band-aid, but we can actually address how we deal with drug addiction, how do we deal with interdiction, you know, drug interdiction, and how we deal with prevention. And, you know, scientifically, this three-pronged approach, it may not be done tomorrow or within the week. It's going to take time, progression and everything.
Yeah.
And this is where
I hear you. You know, we're willing to do whatever we need to do to help our law enforcement community. But sometimes it is extremely frustrating, especially when we've got a former mayor that's getting ready to be sentenced in the district court. And there's all kinds of allegations of public corruption, police corruption, law enforcement corruption, corruption at the judiciary. And we're just all waiting for, is anybody going to hold people accountable?
And then we have people in our government who are saying, oh, let them off easy. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of times, Sarge, it feels like we're sending the officers in blue to fight a war with water guns, you know, because you guys are doing your part, but that's street level, right? There's many more things that we could do as a government. To me, I just don't see the priority for treatment, right? When we had the lieutenant governor on just a few minutes ago, he said we need to increase access to treatment. Well, what treatment programs are we talking about? Because they're all full. There's a wait for everyone. So I think that's, you know, you guys can go out there and you could bust the people with the defective taillights. And I mean, God, at Maggi's, we had like, 8 different people arrested for 8 different possession of meth charges, you know? So it's crazy. I mean, no one's saying that you guys aren't doing your job. I just feel like you guys might be the only ones doing your job.
No, we work closely. You know, I want, you know, understanding this, that, you know, Teresa Arreola up at, you know, Guam Behavior, she has opened, you know, if you look at where she's, you know, where she came from prior, before, you know, her director taking the directorship up at Guam Behavior, she was an instrumental part in Sanctuary, absent of, you know, Ms. Sarah Nedida, who moved on. And if you look at Sanctuary's success and what they've done with the youth and the efforts that she brought, she's bringing that into the light with Guam Behavior. And I've worked closely with a lot of her effort, you know, her team that deals with prevention and understanding, you know, where they are now with recovery and drug rehabilitation. This is the step. These are the steps in which we need to address, and they have been addressing with the Guam Behavior, and of course under the direction of Ms. Teresa Arreola. But there is more, and you're absolutely correct. We can use more. This is where we ask, like our other non-government organizations such as OASIS, Catholic Social Service, as you know, with Lighthouse, they have been instrumental with really working in bringing our community members who've been, you know, in trouble with the law back into society. I work closely with Jesse Mendiola, and I want to, you know, disclose that, you know, he has been leading the front with social media. He openly every week, you know, and I gotta, you know, Jesse is a really close relation, you know, family relation to me. And when I connected with him, I saw the sincerity in his eyes. and understanding. You sat in that interview.
Yeah, I'm the one who did the interview.
Yeah, you heard exactly, and he continues that. And he was real, he played a major role with our Red Ribbon campaign this year. He worked with the federal courts, and he continues to do that on a daily basis, reaching out to those that are struggling to addiction. These are some of the small mechanisms that we're utilizing, that the Guam Police Department is really, utilizing and working towards.
Yeah.
But
I think all we're trying to say is, yes, we do need more Sarahs, more Therese Areolas, more Oasis, more Lighthouse Recovery, just more priority. That's really just it. So, Guam leaders, get to work. That's it.
But if you really
give
look
more
at it,
resources to this war
but
against.
if you really look at it, right, addiction is all a matter of choice. And yes, any individual that's going to recovery, and the first thing that they're going to say is, I had a choice. I did. I had a choice, and I made that wrong decision. And now it's like, how do we work at providing that individual with guidance and instruction? Maybe we need to start thinking about providing this in a curriculum with the greater schools. Maybe we do need to start seeing more, interdiction towards at that level, where we teach kids about decision-making skills, where we teach young adults about choices and the consequences that follow thereafter. So you break it down, it all boils down to a decision-making skill, the choice that you make. And if we can help the community, this is where we need to start. Really all about choices. The consequences that are going to happen, the consequences that we can prevent if we make that decision to just simply say no.
Well, thanks, Paul. I could go on all day about.
Yeah, I'm not frustrated. I'm feeding off your energy. I'm excited about this because like I mentioned, we put a lot of effort with our work, and we saw the success, and we had our fade away from violence. We work with the what we call our at-risk or our tier level kids within the schools. We did that for 2 years, and the turnaround rate was, I had kids who graduated from middle school to high school who've earned that opportunity to come back and really, acknowledge the fact that they made a choice now in their career. They joined the military service. They're moving off to bigger and better things. So if we can change one life in one direction, that's a plus. That magnifies into 10 to maybe 100 kids that we can actually affect and really bring a positive influence. But we're going to continue to work. We're working diligently with WestCare, the Thrive Coalition. We're working with a new program, Project U. This is an initiative that came from the Juvenile Investigation Division. So you're going to see a lot of community interaction. But you're right, the Guam Police Department can only do so much. And we're going to continue to work with the community. We're going to continue to reach out to the government resources for assistance. And we're going to continue this battle, because if we decide to fold our arms and say, you know what, we're not going to win, we're never going to succeed. We got to continue the challenge. We got to continue. Just like everybody that's facing addiction, there's always challenges. It's how you conquer the challenge. We have to set goals. We have to set, reach those goals. How do we obtain those goals? And I want to thank, you guys, because you guys have been really instrumental with the partnership with WestCare, with our Thrive Coalition. We had a lot of great, people understanding what the Thrive Coalition for a Drug-Free Dedadu is all about. That's the type of partnership that we are looking for. That's the part of commitment that we are asking from the community. And I want to applaud you guys for your efforts. So you guys, thank you to KUM, thank you to the staff. The battle's in front of us. How do we attack it? How do we approach it? What's the best course of action? And it really is, you boil it down to one thing. It's all about decision and choices.
Right. Well, thanks for the shout out, but we really don't need it, because we're just here to help our community. I just wanted to say something about, I made a call out to our senators. There is one senator, though, that has introduced legislation. It was her first bill to address the opioid crisis on Guam, and that was Senator Talina Nelson. Anything new, Paul, with the Michael Castro case?
Chief had mentioned that this is still this is an ongoing. Our detectives were working the two death investigation, the one in Afami, the one in Tumuni. Now we have our detectives back in this case. This is still an ongoing missing persons investigation. So, we close out the two death investigations in a really timely manner. And this is where now our focus is on the Michael Castro missing persons investigation.
The search for Osama Chitaro, his nickname is Osama. Anything new?
No, we're still asking the community for assistance in locating him. Again, these are individuals that we believe we're assisting the capture and apprehension of Mr. Chitaro relative to the death investigation into Winning. And when we did that press conference, everybody's going to be held accountable for their actions. And we made some significant arrests. We've uncovered some other things, and we're going to continue to work towards that. So anybody that has information in locating Kichat Chitaro, also known as Osama, please give us a call, and we want to bring closure to this case.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Sarge.
Absolutely. Thank you for your passion.
I'm sorry, I
Thank
might have
you for
missed
your
it.
concern.
Was there any update on the remains that were found across the GCIC building in Agotnia?
We believe that, again, we believe that it may be animal, but, nonetheless, the remains were confiscated were forwarded to or provided to the CME's office. So we should be getting some information back. And, we did receive information that, the historical preservation team from Parks and Recs will be assisting, have offered their assistance with some of the remains that have been unearthed or have been washed up. So, this is a good thing. It helps us really with, if they can assist us in this part. We have our territorial veterinarian too that we can lean to get some guidance and moving forward should other remains such as discarded animal remains be found and, taken into their err on the side of caution. We bring that and find out that it's animal and stuff. But, these are the experts and we continue to work with them.
Have you guys issued any citations or anything with regard to violations of the governor's executive order?
I have to follow up with, I know we've been doing training, the enforcement team from Department of Public Health and Social Service has been trained by the courts in issuance of the citation, and we were also supposed to provide some additional training for them. So I have to follow up with
training, dude. It's been since November.
What can you say? Maybe the community has been compliant, and you understand. I mean, the numbers speak for itself, right? I mean, the CAR score has significantly gone below the two, the strive for the two, right? Below that average. We're seeing 300 cases, the 300 people who have been tested, and we're seeing 9 positives, and it's attributed to contact tracing. It's attributed to the efforts at the quarantine. So there's really some good indicators that people are adhering to the social distancing. People are adhering to the mask wearing, and of course understanding that they're doing their due diligence in really preventing the spread of COVID-19 in the community. So if you take where we are, where we came from when there was that surge to where we are now, where our CAR score has been consistently below that average of 2.0 or 2, I think it's really a testament of the efforts of the community. So, we'll wait and see.
I think it's also because GVB's Protect Guam campaign.
I like that campaign.
Me too.
I think it's also a tribute to the link really pushing and
that's the real reason. Yep, there it is. Facts. Thank you, Sarge.
Boom.
Okay. We'll see you.
Thanks
Thank
again,
you.
man. Thank you guys for your passion.
Of course.
Sabrina and I have sat down. We've come to agree in many things, and some of the platforms that we've used to convey to the community has really made a significant impact. And hopefully, once things have become more better for the community, we can come back and we can start doing those specials and really providing that platform of educating the community and prevention and stuff. So, I want to thank you guys for really being committed towards, bettering the island and of course, educating the community. So, big ups to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarge.
We got you, Paul.
Yeah. As much as I'd love to have you just keep on complimenting us, we got to move on to our next guest.
All right, man. Maybe we'll talk about the nylons that we use, right? 0.133 diamond cut for.
That's meta. He wants to go deep into bush cutting. That's like a whole podcast series,
man.
Right? Yeah.
Jindawa first to start, last to quit.
Yeah, that's it, bro. you know about lining the sidewalk curb with the bush cutter sideways, Jay?
He don't know nothing about that.
Edging the curb. Okay, Sarge.
That's that.
Okay, so there you go. 9:42.
Yeah, drugs just gets me.
Yeah, that's
Gets
just.
me upset.
I mean, it's just. I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just another thing that we just got used to, I think. I mean, despite I'm not even trying to throw any shade on the hard work. There's so many people working hard, but it's like every piece of hard work we do is just a grain of sand on the beach. When you get these magistrates and you find out that your friends, your family, you ever get that where you're like, man, I haven't seen that guy in so long, and then boom, they're on the news. Oh, that's why I haven't. So they only come out at night at 2 a.m. But you know, jokes aside, it's too much, and I just want to keep it hot. Want to keep the pressure on because, like we said, this cannot be just something that we all learn to live with. 9:44. I'll switch gears now. Bree, coming up, we have the principal of Academy of Our Lady of Guam to talk about how they're gearing up for a possible return to face-to-face. But first, the Guam Visitors Bureau has this great program, Bree.
Yeah, and you have the release in front of you. It's the Protect Guam program. It's their huge project that they've undertaken since the beginning, I want to say, of the year, and even the last part of
2020. Right.
And so I don't have my glasses on. So
Well,
I, can't
I
really
know it
see
all
who's in the
started
Zoom.
basically. It started with wear a mask, and they had people posting, pictures of themselves wearing a mask. And then they had Guam Heroes, hashtag Guam Heroes, which showcased local heroes who had a positive impact during the pandemic. Guam Active was their way of expressing how you stay active and healthy during the pandemic while following safety protocols. And now it's hashtag Protect Guam to share your reason why you protect Guam and encourage others to do the same in this COVID area. All right, COVID era. Sorry. Let's get. We got Craig Camacho from the Bureau GVB, and he is joined by MDOT. And the Crank, Frank the Crank. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the link.
Morning, half a day.
Hey, guys. Good morning. It's been a while. It really has. It's good to see you guys. So tell us about your involvement with the Protect Guam campaign, MDOT.
Oh, MDOT,
Michelle?
ladies first.
Yeah.
Ladies first.
Ladies first.
Well, I was approached with this, GVB approached me and asked me to be part of this campaign. And they told me actually first who was going to be part of this campaign. And it was Frank the Crank, Brian Esperon, Cami Agarola, and Jalissa Tomata. And I was like, these are all fitness people. What am I doing here? And they explained to me, there are definitely different ways that people can stay active. For me, staying active was, first and foremost, I had to make sure with the kids going online that they stayed active without any PE. So making sure that my kids stayed active, they were doing new things. My son started Muay Thai. It's a lot of different things that we can do to stay active, So I think I bring that other part of Guam Active aside from, everybody else obviously being dancers and fitness people, and Frank being UFC god. So
Well, let's go to the UFC god then.
I was approached by GVB for Protect Guam, thinking like, oh yeah, I'm gonna film myself house doing 1,000 burpees like Malfunction does on his IG. But really, when I'm home, I'm really first a husband and a dad. So when with phones now, with technology now, what best way to share what you're doing and share ideas, different methods, especially we're stuck at home. So with this program, I was like, man, this is perfect. I can really just share what I do with my kids, with my boys, what my wife and I do with our kids. And if I kind of mute and I kind of quiet for a little bit, it's because I'm listening, because they're outside right now running around. So as long as I don't hear any crying, I can see them right outside those windows. Staying active and really enticing the community and to just go outside sometimes, and breathe the fresh air and run and yes, scrape your leg a little bit here and there, just kind of like the way we all grew up. And it's just something cool to share. And it's cool that everyone else can share and we can all kind of just interact with this campaign.
Craig?
I did want to say, Chris, that my son is outside bush cutting right now. So.
Wow. Emdad, I just got to ask you, because I know Bree goes through this every morning, right, with the mask. So, you know, all these people wearing masks. So when it comes to doing up your face and stuff, do you do under the mask too or what?
Oh, I'm masked, face shield, gloves, everything. But, you know, we have slowed down with taking clients and everything. Just to stay safe.
Right.
So right now it's really just getting the brides that had to cancel because of, you know, the pandemic and everything, getting them back in the book so they can have their ceremonies, you know, making sure that, you know, they can have their special moment regardless of, trying to make it special for them regardless of, you know, the situation right now.
Yeah, when we're in public, yeah, definitely have to have the mask. Like with a lot of people, you know, but man, at home or with just our small little bubble, we don't, you know, we just try to kind of keep ourselves in a little bubble so that we don't really like be that guy, you know. Like I was just at the store earlier this morning, and it's just like when you see a guy not wearing a mask when in a very condensed place, it's kind of like
yeah, turn around.
You know, yeah. You know, so it's just kind of just taking safety precautions, but man, just outside, just get the boys outside and just they take better naps when they're super active.
Yeah, that's what I try and do too. Wear them out and then, you know, let them go to bed. You know, going back to the stay active thing, how hard has it been? I mean, obviously you're a fighter, right? So maybe more towards MDOT to stay active, because I feel like a lot of us, me included, it's been hard to be consistent because there's this idea that a lot of us have. We're like, oh, you know, after it's over, then I'll, you know, that's when I'll start that diet, or that's what I'll do. So in what ways do you kind of get over that? I don't want to know if laziness is the right word, but just that mindset that everybody's kind of on pause right now, and then we'll do what we got to do to get active and to get back in shape after it's over.
Wait, was that for me?
Anybody?
Yeah, I barely heard that.
Yeah.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, is it hard to stay active when a lot of us have this mindset that it's something we can get back to after the pandemic?
Yeah, it's kind of tough, man. Shoot, even me, it's my job. And you know, my if anything, I'm so glad that I have my wife to kind of kick me in the butt to kind of get up sometimes, you know. I've had to pivot and find other things of staying active and staying in top shape. Man, cycling is one. Building like a little home gym here. I have a bag. I have a double end bag. I have an Airdyne. I have just a couple of things, and having to pivot and having to stay active was definitely a challenge. Shoot, even for me, you know. So I guess, you know, and when I get back to it, right, it's kind of like it's always, man, I'm not motivated to get up, but it's really I should be not being motivated, because motivation always kind of dies out. Is I should be disciplined to get up and do what I need to do.
Craig?
Well, for me, my motivation is more so because I have kids. So, you know, they really follow my example. So we've started doing a lot of, personally, I started crafting. She's a crafter now. So, you know, there are other things that I've tried to do. We started going on long walks to walk the dogs, you know, every day, at least twice a day. We started gardening, doing all these things. And really my main focus was to, you know, make sure that my kids were up and keeping active, and doing so I was, you know, keeping active as well. So, yeah.
Good to hear. Craig?
Hey, man. Personally, for me, I got a 81-year-old mother that, man, we just kind of been keeping her safe and trying to keep her protected. But I just try to get in a run once a week and a swim once a week. And other than that, on top of being busy with work and all, that pretty keeps me mentally astute. So
nice.
So how's the response been so far to the campaign?
You know, the wear your mask campaign has been really good, and we've actually been looking for user generated content, 10 winners for that. But for the Guam Heroes, we went ahead and extended that up until the 20th to include the Guam Active campaign, as well as a Protect Guam So We Can. And that's what I kind of wanted to talk about. Protect Guam, hashtag Protect Guam, hashtag So We Can. So we can reclaim our industry, right? Our tourism industry, reclaim our economy, but more importantly, reclaim our lives, right? What we used to be doing, but maybe an adaptation of that, right? Going forward. So those are some of the things that we wanted to continue to feature all the way up until January 20th. And we wanted to remind the public that, you know, we are awarding 10 winners for each of those categories. And we're going to start looking for winners up until January 20th. So you still have time to post for Guam Heroes, Guam Active. How do you say active? The Protect Guam So We Can. And then for that, also, you know, we also wanted to remind everybody that you can, when you're posting about your Guam Heroes, right, you wanted to kind of focus on who has a positive impact or contribution to the community during this pandemic. Something Frank probably knows a lot about, right? I know Frank, and then that's one of the things that we are so inspired with kind of, we call them key opinion leaders, but you know, AKA they're also known as influencers. But you know, Frank MDOT has been so instrumental in really supporting the community and all its efforts, even prior to COVID. Frank has been very instrumental in protecting and helping Saipan as well, I'm sure. With all of this that's been going on. But you know, it really takes a community to wrap our heads around this and get involved. And you know, with social media, that's why we're kind of putting out this campaign. We want to reach that young demographic as well. So we hope to reach those guys, and these guys are the ones that are going to take us there. So
nice. So you can still win cash, wear a mask. Craig, just tell people what they got to do, because I know it's $100, right?
Yeah, so it's $100 for each of those categories that I mentioned, and then we'll be picking 10 winners for each of those actual campaigns. And so you can post all your user generated content online at visitguam.com. There's a landing page there. You'll see it. It's a huge Protect Guam landing page there, and you can also post your information on Instagram, but that needs to be posted publicly. So. Be sure that you're posting that publicly, and then we'll go ahead and start looking for winners on the 20th and enter and win a chance for $100. You know, we've done this prior with the Instagram campaign,
right,
going forward. So, you know, we want other people to engage in this and take advantage of these things, but also more importantly, to get the community to be active, to really show what we are doing to protect our island going forward. But also, you know, we want to get back our industry, our economic industry, our main base of tourism, right? And so we want to showcase to the rest of the world what we're doing, and that's what social media helps us do. You know, it's a global platform, so to speak.
Right on. So guys, post the hashtags. Looks like we got some posting to do after the show, Bree.
Active.
Yeah. MDOT, Crank, thank you guys. I like referring to you guys as your superhero names.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Craig, it's been great. Take it easy, MDOT. Crank. See you guys. Appreciate it. There's the virtual. Jay, what do we got today in the Zoom room?
Well, for our guests, we went really, really special today. We have... What do we have? You always do this. You always like put me on the spot. I know.
Jason made virtual tater tots for you guys.
Yeah.
So please take some and air fry it if you're watching your waistline. Okay, on the way out. That's
Jason,
it.
Prim, that's it.
His old family recipe.
Yeah. Hey, well, we got two members of the Camacho family here, so I got to stand up for my relatives.
There you go. Tater tots.
My grandmother was a Camacho, so. And MDOT, I'm probably related to you too. I think we've had this conversation before, but yeah, like when families here.
When he was getting his makeup done, you guys were having that conversation.
Yeah, we got tater tots, and tomorrow if you guys come back, we got fish sticks.
Alrighty. All right, guys.
All right.
All right.
Bye, I'm done. See
Can
you,
you at
Craig.
least give me 20 seconds heads up when you ask us, hey, what do we got in the Zoom room? I was like, what haven't we used already?
We haven't used tater tots. So there you go.
All right, take care.
That's that. Okay, adios. It's 9:57. One last interview to close out the show here. Brian, I just got, she just WhatsApped me. I was calling her the principal, but she's the president. Okay, and there is a principal at Academy. The president is the head of the school. That being said, let's bring on Sister Angela Perez in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, sister.
Good morning. Half a day.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming on to rep the Cougars. And just we're looking for an update here, possible return to face-to-face. What are the students and the parents at Academy of Our Lady of Guam saying about that, sister?
I'm sorry, Jason. I had to increase my volume. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
What are the parents and students saying about a return to face-to-face learning at Academy?
We sent out our letter to them. I hope you received that letter to the parents. And we will be still online in January with an adjustment. As soon as we get the okay from the governor, we're projecting the okay to be on the 19th, that we will be still online with an adjustment to meet the social and spiritual needs of the students. This year, we have an Academy prayer that we pray every day. And the line that I chose this year is the one that says, during my years on campus, may I enjoy the joys of friendship, grow in the knowledge of friendship, and be able to have the courage at times to stand alone. We really are looking at the absence of that experience of growing in the knowledge of friendship. So we would like to, in this second part of the school year, let me see if I can just read that line. During my years on campus, may I know the joys of friendship. May I know the joys of friendship, as well as have the courage at times to stand alone. We know that is the missing part in this experience. We really have done a superb job. When I say we, I would credit the faculty, our amazing faculty, and students and parents, that we have done an amazing transition in March when we went into lockdown and go into online learning. We did have an experience, a 1 week experience in August when we opened the school year. That was only 1 week, and then we had to go back to lockdown. So that part, the academic online part, is very strong. But what's missing in the experience is that the friendship and the bonding of the students per class, especially the sisterhood that the Academy enjoys. So what we're planning on doing for January, when we get the okay to get back on campus, is to address that part. So we will continue during January with the online, as well as introduce supplemental experiences, not to supplant the online. They have to be online, but in the afternoon, certain days of the week, the students who need that supplemental learning experience, whether it's tutoring or whatever, will be coming to the school, of course, with protocols all in place, as well as having each class come to the school. Now, some classes, I think the junior class is very large, so we might need to have them in 2 groups because of social distancing. You need to have so many students 6 feet apart. We may not have that big gathering space. Even the gym might be too small for them. When you do a 6 feet apart, that really lessens the number of people that can be in the space. So that's what we're looking at for January. We really do the administrators meet every week, and we tune into everything that's going on globally. Of course, we're all connected, as we all know, nationally, locally, and try to see, what are the concerns for safety, and what is the best way to address the academic needs of the students, as well as their social, emotional, and spiritual needs. So that's where we are right now.
So you're waiting for the governor. She has allowed for the return of face-to-face instruction starting the 18th, which is a holiday. So that holiday would give teachers the ability to go ahead and go on campus and prep for the start of classes. So you guys are looking at the 19th also, like everybody else, to resume face-to-face, or what did you say, supplemental education?
We will add that added with that redundancy here. We will include that in the program. We will continue with online.
Mm-hmm.
The faculty are very eager to make sure that the academic part they're teaching really does not get compromised. So the online learning will continue.
Right.
And in addition to that, some students, they will have to sign up through Google Sheets. The faculty, the teachers will look at the different students that need that supplemental experience face-to-face on campus. So we're moving from totally online, which is what's allowed right now, to some sort of online plus on-campus experiences.
Okay.
And then eventually, hopefully, we'll be able to transition to another level where there's more on-campus experiences. I know that we will not be able, unless there's a miracle, to be able to come back before we got into COVID, to pre-COVID times. So we just don't have the capacity to do that because of the social distancing. So we're looking at all facets of the learning experience. So the faculty are very eager in making sure that they really, prepare the students for the next level of their learning experience. So when you compare online, sometimes we compare online to the pre-COVID experience. That's not the case. When we make a comparison, it would have to be online versus hybrid. And there are some pros and cons to the hybrid experience, where you only have 50% of the students on campus. So the other 50% is at home. So what's the negative, effect of that versus online and having more time and presence with the students online versus a compromised presence of sometimes online and sometimes at home. I hope that's clear.
Very clear, sister. What about next school year? You guys anticipate next school year, everything goes good with this pandemic and the vaccination and all that? Do you guys anticipate just next school year being a regular, traditional type of school year?
I always have a hopeful, I try to anyway, a hopeful vision of what the next school year will be. And, this pandemic, this online experience has really opened up doors for us to make use of technology in so many ways. There's so many positives. And that one of the positives will be to help our common home, Earth. Technology really can be used an advantage where we slow down the use of conserve with fuel. I know that those who sell fuel might not like to hear me say that, but that would be one way of not having to drive around all the time. Why don't we just meet with Google or Zoom? So or use technology to enhance the learning process. So it's not an either or of pre-COVID and post-COVID. There are both ands. I think the use of technology, online learning, as well as face-to-face learning that we can use. So we have a group, we have a think tank here in the school of teachers and all key representatives of the different facets of the school to help us really look ahead and see what's the best way forward. So I think it's hard to tell right now what just that might be, but I think we need to vision how can we approach the next school year, 21-22, that's going to benefit everybody with the use of technology as well as face-to-face learning.
Right on.
There's so much that we have discovered with technology that's going to really enhance the face-to-face learning.
Well, it sounds like we're still midstream on, a return to full face-to-face learning. So we'll catch up with you when we get to the other side of the river, sister. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was thinking when I was listening to the others, the name of your program, the link. And so we are as strongest as the weakest link, but you're not the weakest link.
Thank you for that, sister.
So thank you for the link.
Right. It's always good to link up with you.
Okay. God bless you.
Algo más.
Thank you. Take care.
Adios.
Awesome.
Okay. There you go, Sister Angela from AOLG. Yeah, it sounds like they're still figuring things out, Bree.
Right. Looks like their priority is distance learning and relying on technology, and then doing like the supplemental education. So for students who may need some extra guidance, that's what it looks like they're preparing for, not necessarily the full face-to-face experience.
And then tomorrow we'll catch up with Principal Timo of FD, and then our usual Wednesday interview with GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez, and then we'll also hear from GDOE's IBOG, Island Board of Governing Students, to find out what they're up to, and we'll try and shake the tree and see what other schools can come on for our Wednesday. Usually the theme is education. It's 1010. We're KUAM FM in Agatna, Guam. Thank you guys. Joe Sir, Jason Solis, thank you for enduring the friendly Cassieing that goes on here on the link. It comes from a place of love, my friend. Also to our guys at Master Control, remember we got your 6 with our KUAM News primetime broadcast 1010. Again, my name is Chris.
Just real quickly, I just got a message from Public Health. They're taking another 100 people who are 60 and over for Phase 1C today. That is today at Ukudu High School. I think the initial cap was 500, so they are taking an additional 100 people. The operations at the vaccination clinic at Ukudu is running smoothly. So if you fit into that category of 1C, that's 60 years and older, want to get the first dose of the vaccine, head on over to Ukudu High School.
There you go. 1010 again. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
All right. Thank you, Link fam. You are the strongest link. Without you guys, this chain would break. Have a great Tuesday. And thank you again. Esta. Adios.
Bye.